picture with the info.
Firebase you capture and then you integrate.
There are one case of this picture.
Okay.
Screenshots.
Screenshots.
Yeah. So whenever we want trackers, we use the real time event. We capture screenshot.
So you process all the screenshots. So what database are you using?
Yeah.
MongoDB. And you say now. Anybody from 𝗟𝗲𝗃? Nobody. Everybody knows about Google, right? Day around, day out, we used to do this. So, what is the advantage of having Google installed on your phone and on your device? No. What is the first thing you do on Google? Go and search. You search for the answers, right? Why am I so scared? These are the students, right? You're supposed to be young. Tell me, why are we using Google for?
They have good search engines.
They got good search engines. And next,
Google Maps.
Google Maps and
Google Drive.
Google Drive. Next, Cloud. Google Drive, Cloud, and
Google Account Photo. Google Photos.
Google
Glass.
Gemini. What do you use Gemini for?
Everything. Everything.
That is everything.
So earlier we used to search.
Okay.
People are not able to recall search because search is not aggregated.
Ah.
You go to Gemini, right? And search. Instead of going to Google search. Also Google search has the AI mode, but I prefer Gemini. Okay.
See now, earlier people used to go Google search. Now people are not using Google search. They just directly going to Gemini. Right? This is a transformation. So mobile developers are in style. They're upcoming, right? So this is what I was expecting people to transform your thought process from the traditional search, traditional methodologies to the latest. So what is Troy and Flutter? Like React. What is React?
UI library.
And what is Troy? Yeah, tell me, ladies. Yeah, you should be knowing it. Quick, we are running out of time.
Android.
Android framework. So what is it used for? You tell me what is Droid used for? What is Droid used for?
Right.
It's a library. Okay, next slide, please. So these are the QR code and scan and for the but then Anand Gaur is one of the tech leads of TCS. He is one of the main, what you can say is founder of this mobile. Maybe you cannot say group, this is a community altogether. A group is a small 10 people in WhatsApp, but this is a big, it's a community, all the mobile developers. So he is running behind, you can call arranging conflicts, talking to the other senior developers, other organizations, and asking them to give their inputs, give their research, give their experience, so that we can leverage their skill set and see the part what they have. Right? So he is the member. Then he has 8 Android loans and he has 9+ years of shipping mobiles development. Okay. Mobile development is not so in now talking about it because of here. Next slide, please. So more than 90% professionals are using mobile apps. What are the mobile apps other than WhatsApp? Louder. Instagram and LinkedIn and 𝗁𝗂𝗯𝘀𝗰𝗋, Netflix, everything is behind mobile apps. So nobody is really opening their iPad or nobody is opening their laptop, everybody is accessing their mobile phone. So Android and iOS. But most of the apps are compatible with Android. So all the developers, all the AI developers are using extensively mobile apps. Right? So the behind work is only 10% of this is earlier failure, they made that breakthrough in mobile development. And 90% professionals and Flutter, iOS and all, people know it very well. Kotlin and I think that I'm not sure what is Kotlin. Programming language for any other example for Android development other than Kotlin? Java. So before Kotlin came, we used to use Java for mobile development, right? Next slide, please. So you can scan the QR code of Anand Gaur and connect with him and know more insights about how mobile development is developed and how the communities form, what are we contributing, how can we do better. Okay. Your insights will be more helpful for us to improvise next step. Okay. Please take 5 minutes of time, scan this QR code and give in your inputs. That we will introduce you to 𝗟𝗲𝗁 from Google. Please come on the stage and give your inputs. He's a developer at Google. He's going to help us understand how better we can do.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Yeah, morning. I'm loud, so you guys are going to wake up. Trust me. Anyways, good to see all of you here. While they set up, actually, I have to say something on the other side. I'm going to blabber for a while, so that the time goes in and we are able to connect my machine up. But how many of you here, show of hands, how many of you here are mobile developers? Okay, good number. How many of you guys are working on Android? I mean, we love everybody, it's okay, but I'm more on the Android side, so let me just unlock that one.
Yes, please.
We went to the platform.
Yeah.
We're well set up. Yeah. So I work on Android. I'm a developer advocate of the Android relationship at Google. I've been for nearly 12 years now. So I'm going to start there. We have a new week, but I'm still getting on the same platform. Or on developer advocacy. I was an architect before that. I was at IBM. Then I moved to Philips Research. Did a state job. So I did different roles in my career. That's one thing that I've done differently from everybody. I didn't just grow organically. I did many different roles in the organizations and different teams. So I've done systems engineering. I've done OS engineering, systems engineering, system design, architecture. That's all in IBM. I was an architect by the time I left IBM. 8 years into my career, I was a lead architect for OS development there. Then moved I was in the OS development group there. And then moved to Philips as a research engineer. We were working on mobile applications. It was a new team. This one new team that was set up by Philips in the Philips Research Campus here in Bengaluru. Was doing prototypes and things like that. Then after about 2 years, I moved into it. I was a staff engineer there for mobile development, re-architecting their app, redesigning was the first project that we did. So it was pretty interesting. All of these are different roles that I've done, like team leader sometimes as an architect, sometimes. And when I moved to Google, I moved in as a program manager initially. But then Google realized I'm doing more of engineering than program management. They said, why don't we go to engineering? So did the interviews again, and then went to engineering. I moved to engineering in about 8 months, and went back to engineering. And then still, I'm continuing as software engineering. So developer advocacy is part of software engineering. So I'm continuing as that right now. Cool. So the session basically is going to be a set of patterns that we talked about. If you're building, some of you might have. So how many of you came for IO Connect? Only 2, 3 have done. That's okay. Then some of this content will be new to you. There is a little bit of a repetition of content here because we have certain set of slides that we get you. So I just wanted to be sure if many of you have seen this before, just take it as a refresher. If not, this will be interesting. So the whole idea is we can build these solutions in multiple ways, right? Like mobile applications can be built with different architectures, different styles. And how AI can be integrated is there are different ways of doing it. So today, what I would roughly try to speak through is different types of different ways in which you could do it. What are some of the considerations that you should keep when you're actually building these solutions with the architecture that we talked about? Okay. If there are questions, please raise hands. I'll stop between and you can ask questions. I'm okay with being interrupted. Just raise your hand so that I know that there's a question or I'm not clear. Just let me know. If I'm speaking too fast, please let me know that. There's a lot of content, so I might just pick up the pace as I go. Okay. But if it's too fast, just let me know and I can slow down. So, this is the opportunity in front of us, right? As Android developers, we were actually building. It's been like 18 years roughly, where everybody has been building, doing design, then performance, cleaning the architecture, all of that slow evolution had actually happened. And it's very organic evolution that's happened at the platform matured over a period of time. But then what has happened here is that now with AI, the whole expectation of user and how software should work has actually changed for me. And everybody is expecting something like this. They want something which is personalized for them. Like take my needs and understand what I like and then do something. They want it to be intelligent. They don't want to kind of be the intelligent part of the smartphone. They want the smartphone itself or the software itself to be intelligent. And lastly, it also needs to be agentic. They want things to be proactive. It's not like I will go to the phone and say, oh, I need you to do this for me and do it this way, go from this application to the other application and copy this from the other. You want a system to perform all this for you. And we have the software capabilities for doing that already. But one thing is not us software engineers who's deciding much. People's expectation has skyrocketed. And now people are like, why is it not working automatically? Why did the phone tell me that I need to do something? I mean, I said, but there the expectation is so high that we are rethink the way we are actually building software or how we're building some of the even the simplest of use cases. Because the other day I was actually it's very interesting how I have a 16-year-old daughter and her view of the world is slightly different from how I see it. Obviously, with the two generations, but how she sees even features in an app is like the other day she was actually says to me, why did the alarm just run? I usually wake up at 7. Why did the alarm just ring me? I'm like, never set the alarm. But it knows, right? And every day I set it up, every night I do it. Why does it do it automatically? I was like, yeah, it could do it. But I never thought of it like that. But for her, the expectation is that it should have done that. So this whole paradigm is changing for us, how we as software engineers think of use cases. And that's the big change that's happening. So usually we see use cases coming up in these 3 areas: helpfulness, which is all these chatbots, which you can ask a question and it'll answer you. You can say travel booking app or your banking app, giving you a chatbot or an interface with which you can interact. One really interesting thing that we are noticing is the use of voice. Because models can understand language pretty well and can live through accents and multiple languages. Like you don't have to always speak in English. You can speak in English and halfway through to Hindi or another language and you'll still understand. So that capability people are exploiting it really well, right? Especially in India where we are multilingual, where most people are bilingual. We have a tendency not to speak in one language all the time. We speak in one language and halfway through we speak 1 or 2 words in our mother tongue or 1 or 2 words in a local language. The usual Android or rather software systems will actually just have a problem trying to understand that because it's looking for English words and nothing's mapping to what you're saying there, right? Here, LLMs don't have that problem. It's able to kind of live through that. So a lot of use cases. I mean, we have real world use cases. We showcased some in this year, this year with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, which is a team in Bengaluru, which built a full interface, voice interface for booking on ticket. And you can say things like, hey, I want to go to Chennai from Bangalore next Saturday. Preferably evening book bus ticket in a semi-sleeper within this range, within 9 o'clock and between 9 o'clock and 3 hours, between 9 o'clock and midnight. If you look at that sentence, there are so many unknowns that otherwise would be there. I want to go next Saturday. I don't know what the date is. Today's date is not shared. Next Saturday's date is not shared. You said your starting time, you want it somewhere between 9 and 3 and midnight. So 9 to 12 has to be automatically calculated by the system. All of this information has to be like understood and then done right. Earlier, people wanted to do select drop boxes and select all this information and put it in. Now you can just say the sentence and then the system will answer. You can say, oh, I like the 3rd option. Can you find a good seat for me? Which is a window seat, not behind. And the system will actually understand what you're request and then do it. And this is how they have built the system. And this is in production already. So if you haven't tried it out, just test it out at least. And don't go ahead and book it, but there you can actually try it out and see how interesting that feature basically is and how delightful the experience is. And you know how they started the thought process? They observe that their users use, and I mean, I was part of that project, and then one of their observations as an engineering team and the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 team was that they understood that their user base, which is a particular demography, right, that uses their app, uses a lot of voice. How they use WhatsApp is not text, but they use voice notes to communicate with their, and they translated that learning into the fact that hey, voice could be a great way of connecting. So these sort of connects we have to start making, and that's when we actually start building delightful experiences and something that wow, this is better than what I thought. That's a minimum that we need to kind of strive to get. So content part of it, like a lot of content generation, people are writing more articles right now. There are more things getting published. There are more things getting content getting adjusted. Like you write something, it gets summarized, or you want to make a polish it, or you want to make it formal. All of these things happen. Like Gmail gives you half of these options already. The other third part is social communication. This is a place where video, audio, and beyond text, basically a lot of use cases will come. You can video, audio, photos, all of these things, like filters on photos, enhancement of audio, like removal of background noise. All this is getting like they're building more and more interesting features there in this space. So these are three buckets in which we see AI use cases actually coming up. So when you look at it from another side, like as technologists, I'm going to use Google products here. There are comparable products from other companies, but since I know that these products better, I'm going to use these as an example for that to share, but understand the concept behind it. There are multiple, the rationale is that there are multiple models that are available today to multiple companies. Like just to Google, we have the Gemini Pro, Flash, Flashlight, Nano Banana, and Gemini Nano. These are the 5 major buckets of models that we have. The Pro is basically a flagship model, which is the state-of-the-art reasoning, more complex problems, long context, all of that aspect. The rest of the classes, that's. Now, Flash is something which is close to that performance, but at the same time, it will be much more cost-effective. So it's not as good as a Pro, but for majority of the use cases, you don't need a state-of-the-art reasoning. You need a cost benefit there. So this is something as nearly as good, but is much more cost-effective. Then you have a Flashlight, which is a model which is optimized for cost. So this is a bulk processing. Again, will be a little less capable than the Flash model, but it's really cost sensitive, and you can do bulk processing. All of those bulk processing in large volume of work, and usually goes to these sort of models. Nano Banana is basically a flagship model for image generation and editing. And Nano is the one which is actually Nano is the one which runs on the phone. It's running on the device efficiently, and it's tuned to run for use cases on the mobile device. So we have to look at thermals, we have to look at thermals, we have to look at battery consumption, we have to look at memory. All of these aspects are kind of optimized for this.
Maybe Nano is supported for all devices.
Not all devices are flagship devices right now, because there is some hardware restrictions to what it needs a certain set of hardware or certain level of hardware for it to run efficiently. Running it on, say, really older devices does not give the efficiency, and the latency is too high. So it's only on flagship devices. So the fundamental here is that multiple things. Your use case needs to be mapped to the right one. Otherwise, either you incur a lot of latency or you incur a fat pool. Both are not really good. Using say Gemini Pro, you might be able to do some things of image editing, but that's not the right way of doing it. You might incur more cost, more latency. Just because a model is able to doing something doesn't mean it's the best. So you need to figure out the reason why I say is because a lot of mobile engineers don't like backend stuff. That era is over. We're now like we need to understand what's there in the backend also. A lot of people don't really look at the backend. Okay, that's the backend engineers. Usually now that distinction between front and the backend engineers kind of fading away. Usually full stack sort of a thought process is what is getting applied in most companies. I'm not saying every company, but most companies. So it's good to understand these capabilities so that you can map to the right thing. The cost, efficiency, speed, all of those are actually optimized for the use case that you're working specifically. Because cost can quickly rise if you don't control it properly and use the wrong model. So that's where you want like this. The Gemini Pro to Gemini Flash, right? There's a 1/8 cost difference. So the same query, if you're running a simple query on Flashlight with a certain amount of data, it might cost up to 1/8 the cost of running it on Pro. The output might be quite similar. So you don't want to kind of do that very different. So I'm going to speed up a little more here. So all of these have multimodal understanding. So they can actually work. When you say multimodal, it doesn't mean that, oh, I can work with text and I can work with them together. I can pass information as text and then actually supplement it with an image. So I can go and put a screenshot and say that, hey, read me. This is something I do all the time. Earlier, I had like all these numbers on screens, right? Like tracking numbers for parcels and things like that. Now I just open the Gemini and Chrome and say, give me the parcel number from this. And it will actually go search the image screen and then it takes exactly the things. So they can actually work together. So you can actually supplement with additional things. Audio, video, like the larger models running on the cloud can actually work with audio, can actually take PDFs, can actually take videos and work with that. So you can actually take a YouTube video and say, it's a summary of this YouTube video. A lot of times, many of us do that. You don't have to look at 30-minute video to understand what is useful. You can say, give me a summary of this video, top points, And one of the things I do is what are the assumptions being made here, and what are the counterpoints that actually got missed considering this. And then you get a good summary, and you can read through the summary really fast. If you look at it, all of us are very fast in reading. But if you take video, which a lot of people consume right now for understanding and learning, video takes nearly the same amount of time. You can't, I mean, you can speed it up to 2x maybe, but not faster. But reading, you can actually read really, really fast. Text is very dense in information, and very good for us as humans, because it's very dense and multiple layers of meanings can be there within one single line. So that is something that you should actually leverage, like your learning part also. So for multimodal part of things are definitely available. So your use cases can use that. Say structured output, so you can actually connect it to, like you can ask them to JSON or XML output, and they give you that. That you can actually, apps can actually work with, or software can actually connect easily to it. There's function calling, like if there's content or functionality that the LLM is not trained on, you can write the functionality within your app and ask the LLM to call it. Say for example, if you're a bus book, say ticketing app that we talked about earlier, I don't know the user's name because that is there in my app, not the LLM. I don't know the bus routes, or rather the LLM does not know the bus routes. So it has to fetch all the information from the app that is working with it. The app that is calling. The app will not give all this information upfront. The app will say, this is the query from the user. Then the system will say, oh, LLM will like, I don't understand this. Is there any function that I can call to get this information? It's the responsibility of the app to expose some functionality. So function calling is basically, in a nutshell, extending your, exposing your capability and data to LLM so that they can actually answer things faster and better. So that capability is available. Image generation I talked about it. So you can supplement it with it. Like you explain a concept, you can actually add an image. If you want to do a slide, like a slide deck like this, you can ask them to do it for you. You give the topic and say, generate me a quick slide deck on this topic, explain this. You can give some detail in terms of like what you want on each slide, not slide by slide, but like, hey, this should highlight the best practices, advantages, disadvantages of this approach, and a projection of revenue. And then we'll actually create that for you. It saves you time, right? So think of all those use cases. From programming perspective, you don't think of just text, think of audio, video, all of these things combined together to help you kind of get results. So let's talk about how to build some of this. And like there are a lot of considerations here: context, device, cost, availability, and complexity, processing, so on, modality. All of this is there, but see, if you take all of these axes together, it's really difficult for you to start anything. It will become like, oh, I optimize for this, and the other one goes off. So it just becomes like complicated to start with, right? So what we recommend is to start with context and the complexity modality. You start with how much data you want to work with, and how much data. That's the first thing that you ask question. In your use case, how much data does it really want to work with? Do I get a really large context with them, or something small is good enough for me? That is the first consideration. So you can actually decide if it's small enough, maybe I can do this locally. I might not need a very complex model, even if I'm taking cloud. I don't need the more expensive model or the more larger models or complicated models. Second one is the complexity of what you're trying to do. Do you need mathematical reasoning? Do you need logical reasoning? Do you need complex rational decision making trees and things like that needed by be used by the system to answer the problem that you're actually solving? A lot of people have very simple problems. They're not like they disassemble their problems in a smaller bucket, just very small. So, and the complexity, depending on the complexity, you want to decide whether it's a pro, flash, all of that bucket, or even Gemini. Do you want to do it locally? You can actually think of all this one as well. Modality is basically, do I want to work with text? Some models will not work, like Flashlight does not work with videos. Flashlight works with audio and the images and text. So different ones have different capabilities. So you want to kind of decide. So these three things when you start off will actually give you a good understanding of, it'll narrow your models down. Which ones, and you can actually understand the costing and things like that really well. So start with these three parameters. Next slide. So this is one. Can you just go a couple of seconds? So this is one flow graph. I've just taken a very simple use case. I'm trying to explain how you might want to decide between a model which is there on the server. You want to use a server side model, or do you want to use a on-device model itself. See, on-device model has advantages. Okay, there's no cost associated with on-device models. It's just free on the user device. So there's a rationale that people want to go to on-device, but the capability-wise there is a. So if you're taking something modality is a text or image, okay. If it needs video input and audio, video input and audio input, image generation, you go to the server side. If not, you come down. Look at the complexity. Is it something as simple as summarizing, proofreading, formalizing, those sort of standard structures which are good, Nano does it well, then you continue to look at the next section. But if it requires specialized knowledge, go to the server side again. Because LLMs are good, the server side LLMs which have bigger knowledge bases will be able to solve it better for you. Go there. If not, see the context you need. You need to summarize a whole 800-page PDF or 5 lines from the video. Depending on that context window, you can actually decide. Say if you are fairly large, all of this is fine, but you have like large PDFs to kind of work, but you want to kind of send it to the server because that will be faster, more efficient, and the context window is big enough for it to actually work with. Otherwise, you could do it on the device. So this is like a flow. This sort of flowchart you should actually have for your own apps also to decide. And there is conditions also, like if there are more conditions like this that you can add to your flow, which is more like, hey, is there connectivity? Is it offline capable? Like, okay, what if the user does not have connectivity? Then you can't use the server to rely on the device. So you have to create this flowchart for yourself, and that's when you actually must start seeing what all you need to use in combination to get some of your use cases done. And what will be the constraints that you'll have to work against. And sometimes people will not give offline capability, which means they can use server side all the time. They can rely on your server side. So these sort of decisions have to be made with some of these things. Now I talked about the top 3, but the other things aren't. No, I mean I'm not saying all the others. Once you've decided on it, look at the other aspects of it. The cost is not something you want to ignore. You want to think about it for sure. These things can get very expensive very quickly, like image generation and all that can very quickly skyrocket and give you a bill that you did not expect. But you put it out there and you don't have any controls to turn it off, you're in trouble. So you really want to be able to look at all the other aspects also, but start with the top 3 things that we talked about. Next one. Now, on-device versus cloud. See, on-device has a couple of good things. Two things that work for it. It's offline capable, so you don't need internet for it to run and get you with us. It will be free, 100% free, because running on the user's device is free. Second, the latency is very short. Because network latency is not there. It doesn't mean that if you put a very complex query to it, it takes time to respond. But the network latency part, right? That part of it is actually completely okay. The last one is privacy. There are a lot of apps which have regulatory requirement that stops them from sending data to the server. Like for instance, the financial apps. They have a lot of regulatory requirements that avoid them from actually taking all the data to the server and then processing it. So you want some models that are on the device, on the user's device, not limit the user's device to work, but you want to kind of create use case of that. So these are good parts, but at the same time, you also have downsides of, like if you look at it, if you compare it to cloud, there are something that cloud is more capable. Those models are much bigger, they have bigger context, those capability is much bigger. So that part of it is also something that you want to kind of look at. Then you can actually look at it from like the 2 modalities. That's actually really important because as you start expanding your use, so if you have only text today, but you want to kind of take it to say images 3 months later or 6 months later, your use case is going to evolve to work with images and video. You want to be able to kind of support those modalities. So if you actually start with just on device and stick to it, you have to wait for on device to have those capabilities being launched. Otherwise, you're stuck with it. So those sort of future considerations are also important. And the context window part of it, like the amount of data you process on the cloud side is actually much bigger. The context window is bigger, which means it works better for the variety of use cases. There are a lot of data required for it. So that's how you might want to kind of think of these 2 buckets and decide how you want to kind of distribute the work. It doesn't mean it's one or the other. There are hybrid architectures where you can actually use both. So there's Google has a product called 𝗵𝗵𝗶𝗴, which I'll talk about later, which allows you to kind of decide between these 2 very rudimentary, like based on capability and connectivity and latency. You can actually decide that. But there's also more complex algorithms that you can actually implement in your app to kind of decide between this. There are apps which actually do on-device inference first and then send that data to cloud and then use that. So then you can change it also. So this depends on how you want to kind of work with things. Excellent. So buckets on device, there are few, there are cloud, and then you have the image ones, and we talked about things. So think of these three buckets and how you want to kind of make them work with each other. On-device experiences. Let's talk a little bit more about on-device experiences. So this is something you're using already. Okay, it's not like something new. On-device experience, like how many, all of you are using Google Keyboard, right? There is a ton of on-device experiences. The keyboard uses a lot of things which are on-device, but like your corrections, your next predictions, those are all on-device. They're not going to the server all the time. Things like smart replies on keyboard, your summarization in the voice recorder. Has anybody tried the summarization on voice recorder? It's a very useful thing for meetings. Like somebody will like, the moment you finish the meeting, you will send the meeting notes, and you like you look really smart. I mean, now there are other tools for it also, but earlier we used to do that. Then description and talkback, like for accessibility, say somebody is differently able, they're not able to see a screen. So talkback is a way in which they can actually communicate with the device, right? Somebody who has who's blind or has a different has a disability, they actually use talkback and things, such features. There also the system actually does a lot of work. Like images, earlier we used to, as Android developers would give a content description for each image. The content description is basically equal so that a blind person, the talkback can actually use that information and describe the image to you. Now you can pass the image to AI and AI can describe it. So you can have dynamic images. You don't have to give content description for everything. You can have dynamic images, and those use cases are also supported now. So a lot of places we are already using this thing. So how we have thought of it as Google is that we have given a set of common use cases as APIs. As simple as APIs, that's what the 𝗿𝗏𝗃 APIs are. So you can actually do these four and a bunch of other things that are coming now. Basically, these four functions are basically like you can call it like you're calling a function call. Behind the scenes, it will actually go to Gemini Nano, does the work, respond, return back the response for you. The reason this makes it really easy and simple for you to kind of implement because it just takes a couple of lines of code to kind of get this integrated into your application. Like say your application has some user generated content and you want to proofread it, like make all the grammar correct and make it more formal. You can use these tools to immediately rewrite it for you. So these are all things that are available for you, and this is more from an adoption perspective that we have added this. But what if some of the use cases do not follow this? So for that, we have something called as open prompt. Can I go next slide? So we have something called as GenAI prompt API, which allows you to kind of give a prompt itself to the model. So you can write a prompt and it will actually go to the local model, try to answer that one and get your response back. Here, one of the and it supports text and images. These are only two things supported right now. As input, output is only text. Okay. One of the things that we need to really think about here is test extensively. Okay. The reason is latency, latency, accuracy. These all actually have to be tested for your use cases boundary conditions also, because some of these things can degrade very quickly towards it. So some of those edge cases might not be like sorted out really well. So you want, and that's a use case basis, but we recommend you to test this. A lot of people are using this already, so it's not like it's not production ready or anything. It's not experimental or anything. It is production ready, but at the same time, extensively test these models so that you decide. You can actually make a very informed decision of one if you're using one over the other. Next slide, please. Now, if I look at cloud, I have a lot of slides. So I'm going to be a little quick for now. If you look at the cloud, I talked about all the three things and why you should actually decide one over the other because of costing, all of that as the costing, latency, or what capability perspective, they are different and you need to kind of think about them differently. Now, there are two ways to actually look at. So if you're connecting to Firebase AI logic, which is our recommended way of you connecting to from an Android app, it's the easiest way to connect to a model. Less than 15 lines of code is what you need, right? And I can guarantee it will soft. Okay, let's really come back. So I've done apps which I've done apps myself, and they all run within, like not more than 15 lines of code is required for you to kind of have a use case, get the response, and display the response to you. That's all it takes. Yeah. So our models actually take care of all of that. So Nano is actually very efficient, and we have taken care of all of that aspect. So yes, you can keep it the device if you just keep loading it continuously with queries, and if you give something very complex, yes, you can have thermal issues, thermal problems, but it's designed to be more efficient than the cloud one. First of all, cloud ones are very big, they are GBs in size. You can't watch that much file on your device. Secondly, the efficiency on the thermal aspect of it is all controlled. We also check all of these things, and within the parameters of usage that we recommend, the thermals are all within them. I mean, something that you can actually work.
This will work with only images or videos as well. If you
On device is only text and images. As in output is only text. That's just a current application. We'll actually be able to better give you more detailed policy.
If you want to summarize it from videos, then
You have to use the cloud. Can't do it from a question. Do you have a question? No, sorry. Okay.
if you have another models or even 𝗵𝗵 models can be
If you're hosting a 𝗵𝗵 model, you can actually do it. I am actually talking about how to access 𝗵𝗵 models right now. But 𝗵𝗵 is also possible. You can host your own thing, train it, tune it, host it, and then you can actually connect to that also. So 𝗵𝗵 you can actually take it. You can even, I mean, so the Gemini 3 and 𝗵𝗵 actually follow the same architecture. So you can actually take it, context it, and make it smaller, put it on the device, and otherwise on-device models. So the reason I was actually coming to this was Firebase AI Logic is one of those tools that we, or SDKs that we provide, which allows you to connect to Gemini very easily. So the whole idea is, see, behind the scenes, there's a lot of plumbing that needs to be done in order to connect to the server, manage your infrastructure, manage access to the infrastructure. We're trying to abstract all of that so that you can develop your use case really quickly. So at least prototype it really quickly, right? So you wanna at least, I mean, if not go to production, these are production grade APIs. You can actually prototype it really quickly. So there are two API providers for it. One is the 𝗿𝗂𝗃 API, which is basically the enterprise grade one. This is paid only. Then you have the developer API, which basically is a generous quota. It won't help you run your apps in production, but it will actually help you build your app without incurring any cost or very little cost, depending on how many users and how many people are working with it. Yeah, there might be a little bit of you might want to pump up the quotas a little bit, but generally for a small team, that's good enough while you're developing and testing your app. So the reason I'm talking about it because all this complexity is hidden under the hood. You're just adding one line. So like, okay, what is the provider? Don't say provider, 𝗿𝗃 AI or its provider or developer AI API. It will actually switch between those on planning. And that is something that you want to kind of think of because you want to start with the developer API so that your cost is reduced. You can play around with it as much as you want. And as you go to production, you actually want to switch your users to production to the 𝗿𝗃, which is enterprise grade solutions. And the same thing as Gmail, every other thing is actually using the services. So this is basically, I'm just putting it into perspective. There are Firebase servers to which you are SDKs. There are SDKs on different platforms for different languages. There's JS, Kotlin, Dart. You have multiple ones. React Native. You have different SDKs depending on your course. Your app architecture. You can actually put in what is necessary. I will talk to Firebase servers first, and then Firebase servers will actually be talking to your Gemini servers. The servers by Gemini is getting one, and then we'll use one of these providers to kind of go. So image generation, can I switch? So see, some of these use cases are, you might think it's like, oh, do I really have use cases for it? A lot of people think it's a gimmick. Okay, it's a fun thing to show, but it doesn't have really real world use cases. Real world use cases are like avatars, so like having user profiles, contextual artwork, stickers, those sort of things, right? Which will delight your user, and we've seen like people does visual effects with things which are contextual. There's a lot of user engagement that happens. The user engagement is very, very strong with this. So some of these, if you have use cases, please try these. Look at the costing also clearly. That is important, but at the same time, these are very high attention and they delight levels for users. So that's something that you can want to leverage on. There are multiple flash models also. There is a flash image as well as an image. There are two models here. One is for generation, the other one is for editing. So that's how you might want to just look of it. This will actually give you more control over the details of the generated image. You can say quality, what is the style of, like I want to get like say watercolor style. That you want to use image. And if you want to edit something, that's where you want to use image. But if you want to kind of just create an image for with a big elephant, somebody a flying elephant which is colored, that is something that you can actually get the flash image model to generate really good. But if you want to say that has to be in a certain artistic style, or you apply a Van Gogh style of painting style to this image suite, then you want to use it. An example here. The query here is generate an image of a dog working as a chef. So that's the first image that is actually good. Now, second image, when you imagine, you can actually say that make all the vegetables to meat. And if you see that it actually generates this image from that. You take the first image and generate this one. So generate the image, you could use your flash font, but when you're editing it, you want to make a use image to kind of control some of the aspects. This one is again another example where you've taken the mask. This is pancake, and I want kind of set draw, and you on the draw mask, you want to convert that to like the same image, just the area that you mark, you want something changed there. You specify different areas, and then you can actually go change it. So these are all some of the use cases that you want to think of. But I'm just saying these are like silly use cases if you would look at sometime, but for an image editing app, this would be really useful. It could be something that you want to kind of remove from the screen. Like say if you're uploading something, you want to remove or score something off. So there are multiple places where this becomes really useful. So So one is improving accuracy. So we talked about codifying, dividing, what model to use, what to use, when, sort of a thing, and why, and all that we talked about. Now, one of the ways in which you can improve the accuracy very easily is grounding, giving it grounding. Now, the whole concept I'll explain about this example. Say, assume I'm actually building a cricket system. Now, LLMs are not trained on weekly because they're expensive to train. So you actually would take it, you have a set of training data, you train, you deploy it, and then maybe 6 months later, you actually retrain. But what happens in the time? Say, I'm taking data till January 1st. I'm asking for 2026 World Cup. The LLM has no clue of which two teams are playing, what is the score, what happened, it has no understanding of it because that training data is not. All the things that I'm asking for has these all events that happened after the training data was cut. So at that time, you won't be you can actually do something interesting, which is provide the LLM with additional context, and that concept is called grounding. It's similar to that, if most of you have read about it, but this is much more simpler than RAG to work with. So next slide. So something like this. Here are the grounding data with this system instruction and with this query. The grounding data is just the name of the teams that played. What was the score?
Can you not use the MCP for this?
You can, but imagine the amount of time you're going to take to build an MCP server, test it, deploy it to get this. You can also use RAG. It can actually give, you can actually give an additional context to the system, and then you can use the RAG data to do it. This is a very simple, quick way of doing it, and I will show you why it's different. So, given this data, the answer is not that the same text that you're given. It actually interprets that information, then says the Royal Challengers won by 6 runs. So it has used that additional information. You give this like grounding data. This is very simple example, but there are 3 types of grounding APIs that are provided for you to really use things faster. One is URL grounding. Very simple. You give a URL, the data is that URL will be used for answering questions and including answers. Second is maps. This will allow you to use maps data, so you can have location-aware things. Like I want to talk something about what's the best restaurant in 𝗿𝗃. Now you want to, then the system will have no understanding of that. It will go to maps data, ask for that, and get the data from there and do this. Third one is web grounding. You do a web query, get the latest information. So this is for more dynamic information. You can actually use it. Things that change over a period of time, you want to use that programming. So these three APIs we have provided. Additionally, you can provide your data directly also. So this is just an example of how that can be done. The only thing is that you're giving this slide. So this tools.Google Maps. This is how rest of it is that you're just initializing a map, you're telling a model number, model name, and then you're with the tools you're giving tool.Google Maps. That's all this there for you to allow the routing data. It's not very complicated for you to work with. This is why it's compared to some of the other models, other methods of achieving the same. This is much more easier to do. And this data is something that's already there, curated. Google Maps data is there, so you don't have to collect all the information. So that's something that you can actually work with. Next one. Similarly, if you want to kind of do web grounding, you might change that to search. That will go to the web and search for something. So you can say, hey, what's the weather like today morning, and then you go search for that information and get that information answered. So today will change, the weather will change every day, right? So the system will actually adapt. Every time you make a query, if it's today, it will be talking about today's weather. Tomorrow, you will talk about tomorrow's. So it is able to kind of do that with more dynamic data. Moving on. So last is so one couple of things here with 𝗿𝗵𝗃 AI logic that I want to. This is already used. It's not a prototype. This is not a something that people are trying out or testing or anything. This is used by production apps. So you can go directly use this without having to worry that this will get duplicate or this will actually make a different in a very short period of time. No, this is already used by production. This is enterprise grade, valid tested sort of stuff. So don't worry about using this production. Next slide. Then there are other things like AI monitoring, 𝗟𝗏 content, I want to kind of touch upon. I'll just talk about these things very briefly because you might want to think about this when you're particular architects. So you have to take one of the things of building your solution is what monitoring is different. Like in real world, what did the server say back to the user? Like users complaining that I didn't get the response that I expected. Now how do you debug this? Server gave the response and went to the client directly. How do you get it? So Firebase has something called as Firebase AI monitoring tool. You enable it, it will actually start tracking information for you. It's like mobile level data observable for you. It's not like extensive or it's not like perfect, but it will still help you kind of figure out most of the problems. So this is something definitely you should use if you're using Firebase AI or something like that. Then one other consideration that you should have is don't hardcode your prompts into your application. Because every time you hardcode your prompt and you find a better way of doing it, or you find an error, or you want to upgrade this, you have to launch your application or publish your application again. Which means develop it, test it, publish it, Google approves it, or Apple approves it, then your users start updating. This is going to take a good amount of time. In between, you can get a lot of negative reviews, you can get a lot of problems that now. So decouple it, use it in such a way that your app, when it launches, goes to a server-side component, fetches it, could be a Firebase remote config, or it could be Firebase Firestore. These are two products that you can use from the Google stack. You get your remotes from the server. You have an error, you go fix the prompt on the server. Every user gets it immediately. That should be an architecture you should follow next time. So 𝗟𝗃 is one other tool that we have, which basically allows you to kind of decide whether the data is coming from your app or not. So so authentication, like you have a user authentication, is who's using my data. This is where the data is coming from. So is it from your app, or is it from a scraping tool which actually got your key, or is it from another app which actually somehow figured out your key and is using your resources? This will actually stop. It only let the legitimate app use the services. Every other request is just discarded. So this is something definitely you should use, otherwise it'll hurt your wallet quickly if some scammer gets or some hacker gets your keys. It's not very difficult to get the keys and things like that if somebody is very determined. So that's something that you want to definitely use these levels of protection. And this is the last section. I'm going to be super quick. This is hybrid inference. This is where I was like talking about both of them combining together, or you can decide between one or the other. Now, when you're doing it, you have one more implementation SDK that you have to add. Next slide. And with 𝗵𝗵 AI logic, you can actually say your preference. So as a single line mode, you can say inference prefer on device, and it will prefer to do it on device. If on device is good enough to do, it will actually do it on device. There are 4 more modes. On device, on the preferring cloud, only on device, only in cloud. So you have a flexibility, and I'm going to explain these things as self-explanatory. You can use these things to decide where you want to kind of run your payload on and how you want it. So it is now looking at, like, if you look at it, it's just looking at whether there's connectivity. That is one aspect of it. Secondly, what is the battery status, things like that, and then it actually decides where to send the query to. When you are using prefer, when you're using only, it's like it only does that particular. Sure. So system health, network, complex capability, these are the parameters that you can actually work with to decide where in query. ML language, this is something I added in last minute. Basically, this allows you to detect languages and work with some aspects of languages. Not in terms of LLM, this is more of a on-device capability that you can add to your app. Say if your app is multilingual and it needs to understand what language this person is speaking. ML identification API is something that, identification I think is something that you can use. So if it is somebody wants to say that, okay, this person is talking Kannada, so let the rest of the conversation be in Kannada. Now, you want to identify this Kannada that this person is speaking. You want to kind of use this very fast, very efficient, super quick to download. So it's like something that you can definitely use. And it's another on-device model. It is not there by default. Your app has to implement it and download it to get it running. And download is like a very small download, so it works very quickly. So this is how it is. You give it a text, it will actually give you a identifier for the language. This is just a code. I'll send you the link so they can actually take a look at that. Yeah, so basically there is, also there's a live API which is for real-time interaction. So I want to converse like a person, interrupt the system from saying, I say, hey, tell me about Windows, and it says, oh, Windows is from Microsoft. I'm like, no, I'm not talking about that window. I'm talking about the window of the house. If you want to stop and converse like this, that's where the conversational API starts coming in. Otherwise, it will actually, like, if you put a text today, you will write the answer before you can actually correct it, like really quickly. So if you start speaking, if it's not a conversational API, it will actually spit out all the answer, and you have to then correct it and move on further. Here, conversational API lets you interrupt and continue like the conversation. So this is another API you should explain. When you want to use voice interactions, when it's like a chatbot talking to you, things like that. This really helps because users don't talk like I speak, then you speak, then I speak. In real world, we interrupt each other, we add to what the people are saying, we correct some of the things that people like. No, I don't want that. I just focus on this one. Those sort of inputs that we can give very quickly. Conversational API allows you to communicate to the LLM that way. And there are more concepts like I'm not touched about function calling. How do you find you? Flag, which we talked about, like adapter for local. There are AI core. These are all other concepts that are there, which are, but in the interest of time, interest of time, I'm going to skip these things, but these are things that there are concepts like this that you can actually go over. They are important as your complexity of your use cases increase. They will be required, so don't skip them. As you actually progress in your journey of working with AI, start understanding these concepts and start using them to make your use cases much better. With that, I'll stop. Thank you for patiently listening. And if there are questions, I think I have to go on the stage or they kick me out soon. So if I could be around, maybe for another hour or so, then you guys can actually talk to me during the break. You want to go 5 minutes? Okay, I'm happy. I'm okay for question and answer as long as you guys are planning.
Any questions, guys?
Yeah, I'll start with them and I'll come to you.
Thanks for sharing your just want to check the Android 17 we must for app functions. So that is also electronic. So this one will depend when we try to call app APIs. So what happens behind the scene?
So app functions, if you look at it, is more like a You know the concept of MCP?
Yeah.
Model context protocol. Everybody is kind of aware of it. It's simple. It's basically a registry. It's basically a registry of functions that are there, which are registered. Like, okay, let me explain more easily. You know the intent system, right? We call an intent, the right activity gets called, or right service get invoked and things like that. Similarly, you can actually register serve functions or functionality, and then let the system call it, like system, the Android intelligence, call it on your behalf. So you say that book me a ticket for, say, book me this movie ticket for 𝗪𝗃𝘃 on Friday. I have not specified which app to use, how to do it. I've just set it to Android, to Gemini. Now, Gemini needs to know, Gemini will then look at this MCP registry and say, what is available for me to book? Now, in order for me to book, what all do I need? I need to know where this is running. Then I can decide to give the user the option. So, Gemini will say, okay, where can I find, what are the functions that are available in me? Available to me in this phone, that will allow me to understand or get the information of where all this movie is running, what all theaters this movie is running. Now it sees that okay, there is something like PVR app is installed on my phone. The PVR app exposes a function which is registered. Intelligence will then understand, oh, using this function, I can understand that. It uses that function, put that information, process it, and then say, oh, there's a seat available in your usual theater, whatever it is, that preference is available, and therefore 10:30, should I go ahead and go? So function calling is basically that sort of a model. There, the Gemini, which is Gemini or whatever is the system intelligence layer, that is actually going to use apps functionality, which your app is exposed. We are not directly accessing anything that you've not asked us to do. If you say that, okay, I have a functionality, I have this information, I want to expose it to the system, then the system will use this thing and maybe run the transaction through your system. Depends on how the function is actually defined. Yeah, I mean, I'll put it.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir. I was thinking about the system design for the activity. Voice.
Okay.
So we look at the design and how it starts and how it reaches servers.
So on the device, I mean, very simple thing is it's actually taking. So if you look at the buckets, let's draw it. You need a model which actually captures user voice, converts it into a file that would actually do it. Now we did some additional things like we converted stereo video into mono audio, save space. We converted it into a different use case, different format, the same format that YouTube uses, not MP3. Again, reduces size. So there is a layer of changing that information. Then there's a layer which is actually communicating to a server, sending it to a server. There's a layer which manages the interaction. So if you look at the design, it's more like capture the information, change that format of data, owner's voice to, we need a file for it, right? Now you change the file format, the parameters of that audio file so that it fits the use case. Then you actually pass it to a layer which will actually send it. Then we're there, which actually does all the error handling, all the. So it's a 𝗿𝗂𝘃 AI logic is what they use. So they hand it to 𝗿𝗂𝘃 AI logic. 𝗿𝗂𝘃 AI logic send it to Gemini, took care of the security part of it, took care of monitoring part of it. Gemini actually interpreted it, sent a JSON response back. The JSON response is actually taken. The app interprets it, it shows it.
Initial conversion is part of the.
Sorry, initial.
Initial conversion is part of the local device.
Yes, it's a part of the local device. You're capturing all the audio on the local device. Yeah, no, not 𝗿𝗵𝗃. You can use 𝗿𝗵𝗃 if you want, but no, not 𝗿𝗵𝗃. There is voice recording option, like you record voice, right? Just use that. So you want to raw control over some of those aspects, at least for that use case. There are other use cases where you can use like the TTS. There is this recorder intent is there. Like in Android, there's an intent which shows up some UI also while you're recording audio. That you can use to capture.
Send it to LLM, uses the JSON. which we send it over server to get the.
No, I mean, sometimes it depends. I mean, it depends on how you want to do it. You have your server equipment, you can actually send to your server can send it to, like your server can be configured with Firebase to send it to Gemini. So it depends on how you want.
I have one question. Just now you explained that it's Firebase AI, and then after that, it send the response to Gemini, and you look at the code. So I am developing an application, okay, means using AI. So yesterday I did some R&D, but I was not able to choose that which one to use. AI, it's Gemini AI shall I use, or shall I go with Firebase AI?
No, both. Firebase is just a wrapper, it's an SDK on top of it. Under the hood, it uses Gemini. So the LLM is Gemini. Firebase SDK hides the complexity of routing, all your infrastructure management, routing, security, all of it is managed by the SDK. So you can use an SDK, or you can talk directly to Gemini APIs also, but then you have to manage all this. You have to build code for all of the other aspects that you want in an app. This makes it easier. This is a building, it's like a building block.
Firebase AI.
Firebase AI logic. That's the product.
Firebase AI logic model. Thank you.
We'll take the sole question.
Thank you so much. On stage. I would welcome Mr. 𝗟𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗶𝗃 of Behind, and I would request 𝗁𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗃, please come on. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Thank you so much for utilizing the request. How was the session? Insightful? Yes. We have another power loading system coming up. We have 𝗂𝗲𝘁 from Microsoft. She's also a developer advocate. She works closely with the community, and she also helps interns know in-depth knowledge on mobile developers and also Android developers. Yeah. Let us welcome her. Oh, sure. Let me know if you need an adapter. Thanks. Am I audible? Okay. Without this, am I audible? Everybody in the back, am I audible? Good? Great. Because this is really kind of annoying going to that point. So I just want to make sure a little thing wrong. So before I start dwelling into topics, telling you know what, this is the latest tech, start dwelling into this. This is about Google, this is about Microsoft, this is about Amazon, X, Y, Z. Let me talk something that I kind of experienced. Exactly 1.5 years back, I had an international travel. You can relax, sit back. So I had an international travel, and I was really excited to travel to that particular country. It was the first time. I'll let you know which country it was. I neither spoke the language where people speak there, nor they spoke the language English very frequently. So you know, okay. So you know what the language was, or which is the country. So towards the China, that side. Yeah. So it was pretty interesting. I took a travel. It was almost like 14-15 hours travel. Excited, reached there, booked the hotels. Everything was fine. So there was this app to book
your cabs. Now, how you have Ola, Uber and all. So they had a similar app. All you had to do was enter your credit card details. I entered the details. They said, go to the basement, stand in a particular parking lot. I know the story kind of drags, but there is a point in it. And that kind of gave me a pinch about things are getting shifted. So I booked the cab, went to the parking lot, and I saw this fancy Tesla coming to pick me up. I was pretty excited. Okay, Tesla for the first time. Okay, this is really going to be exciting. So I got inside the car. It drove all the way. It was like 45 minutes drive to my hotel. Fine. Exactly around 15-20 minutes, I get a notification on my watch and my phone. My credit card was getting double charged. That's when my panic mode started. It is not rupees. It is dollars wise. I have to be answerable. I was like, okay, this is kind of weird. So all I did was got into the hotel, checked in, opened the Wi-Fi, opened the app where I actually booked this cab. So I didn't know the language. I didn't want to get tussled with the customer care talking about what is my problem. So all I did was I just kept scrolling the app and I found a small chatbot icon at the bottom. I was like, okay, let's give it a try. I thought, is this another chatbot? Okay, let's give it a try. Let's see. I gave a click on it and it said, hi, Kamal. How was the drive? Hope it was fine. And it just asked me a couple of basic questions. I tried skipping all of them because money matters at the end. For me, it was more of money because of the credit card, because I didn't want to make sure that in this country, my credit card was not getting double charged. So I said, okay, chalo, everything fine. And then I said, I need help. And then they said, immediately I get a pop-up with some prompts. Is it related to the driver's behavior, or do you want to book another cab, or is it related to the payment? I could get those responses there. I just clicked on payment. Immediately I got another response saying, initially we had asked so many dollars, and it looks like your credit card is being double charged. Would you like a refund back to your account or back to your credit card? For a second, I kind of froze. I said, is this really happening? A chatbot talking to me? Seriously, exactly the problem that I'm facing? I said, refund back to my credit card. I was looking at the response. Immediately, I was seeing the 3 ellipse kind of icons blinking. And it said, okay, exactly 3 to 7 minutes, the money would be refunded back. I said, 3 to 7 minutes, totally not possible. In India, if you call the IVR, dial 1 for English, by the time you go to a different department, call them, explain it. The person, he or she, by the time I explain, you know what, this is what had happened. You know, ma'am, it's a technical glitch. I'll push it to the back end. They'll get back to you in 24 to 48 hours. I'll escalate it to my manager and he'll come. You know what? Apologize for the inconvenience caused. I know what you're going through. Let me kind of see what I can do it. And by the time it comes like 24 to 48 hours, we'll have 101 national holidays in India. They'll say, no, today it's a holiday in the bank, so we are not able to do it. The app guy will put it to the bank, telling it's a bank issue, and the bank guy will put it to the app, telling no, it's the app. So by the time I go pillar to post, I'm nowhere. So exactly 6th minute, I got the refund. That was the happiest moment. Even though traveling to the country was not happy. The moment I saw the credit card, I was like, you know what? This made my day. That was another scenario as a human being. Now, as a techie person, working in a company, working with so many problem solutions, working with customers, business, a lot of things, I said, you know what? This is the kind of chatbot or a bot or an agent is what I'm looking for. It really understood my problem. So I'm just going to pose a question to all of you guys. Can you tell me what did you find in this scenario? What could you find with a normal chatbot or an IVR system or talking to a human? And compared to this situation, what did you find something different, interesting? Yes, please.
This was proactive.
Proactive, excellent. Anybody? Yes. Yes, it understood the context actually. It understood the human emotion. My question was all about refund. And anybody else? Speed, very nice, very quick. Sorry? End-to-end service. Context, it understood my context. Quick solution. Reliable, yeah, because it's money, right? I don't know where it's going to go. Yes, please. Very nice. Accessibility, that's very interesting. So it understood my context. It was simple enough. It was not complicated. It did not keep telling that, you know what? I'm not trained on this. Let me look into the knowledge base. Let me escalate this, or give me some time. Let me do this. That is all different. So you could find, if I had to build, or if you had to build a system or an agent like this is how you'll have to build one. That's what I'm saying. Come out of, come out of prompts and get into autonomous. I did not ask any query. I already got what I was actually looking for. That means it could actually track my sense. In fact, it could track what was my travel history, what really happened with my credit card, what was being double charged. It all gave me. I didn't even ask or prompt telling I want a refund. So that is the level of depth that we were talking about. So please wake up from the world of prompt. Prompt is no more. Everybody can do it. My niece, who is like 10 years old, can do it. If she has any problem, she'll go to the 𝗏GPT or she goes to Gemini. She says, this is what the problem is. It'll 𝗏𝗵 give me an answer. So that's not the world. We have to get into automated world. In a sense, after finishing the chat, you know what exactly the agent did that to me? It sent me an email with the entire transcription. It sent me the credit history, and it also gave me the reason as to why I was double charged. I'll tell you the reason for that also. My credit card, when I was in the top where there's a flight I was trying to book, I entered the credit card and I kind of pressed processed. And down again, I kind of pressed double process during the basement. So there was the signal connectivity issue. So they said, we take this as a feedback, and I have raised a ticket to the internal team to work on it. Did you ever think an agent was so smart enough to do it? That is the level of agents these days. So prompting is all gone. Just ask a question, get back, totally different. Okay. A quick introduction. I'm Kamal. I'm a senior developer advocate at Microsoft. You might find something very interesting. I'm also part of Google, so Sanjay might be kind of surprised. Okay, Google. I'm a GDE where I'm kind of expertise in Flutter. So tech really does not stop me from exploring things. So today you might see me working with a particular technology. Evening you might see me working with something else. Tomorrow I might be exploring. So one piece of advice as a developer, do not stick to one particular tech. You would be in a position to actually tell which tech is best for you, for your customers. If you stick to one, you want to know the growth, or you want to know what is the best when compared to others. So try dwelling into different tech stack and understand it. So that's my LinkedIn QR code and my Instagram. I want everybody to connect. So quickly, everybody grab your phones. I'll tell you a reason why I want to connect with you folks. Yes, the count is different, but there is a reason behind it. I would say like 5-6 years back, when you had to hire someone, I think even 10 years back, a decade back, if I had to hire someone, the first thing that I would ask is what? Sorry? So, programming language. Before that, there was something. Okay, you meet. Very nice. Networking. No, if I have to see a person, I meet a CEO of a person or a HR. What is the first thing you hand over to them? CV, right? Those days are gone. The first thing, if I have to look into a person, understand what he really works, just a glimpse of it. First thing I look is her or his LinkedIn profile. Second thing is I would actually look into their GitHub profile. Not for the green graph. Trust me, no. I can get those nice green graphs. No. What is that thing that I'll actually look for someone in a GitHub profile? Excellent. Open source contribution. What kind of contribution? Just raise a pull request?
Solving errors.
Solving errors.
Any solutions are there for the code review?
Code review. Actively contribution. Excellent. Real-time problem solution. What else? Fixing bugs. Main thing is someone might have raised an issue, right? And you might be a person who could actually solve it. So do it. Why not? What's stopping you from doing it? That is the kind of contribution that I'm actually looking for. Another thing, LinkedIn, just a simple thing that I actually found a little interesting is when you start following a like-minded person, say example, someone who's into a lot of videos, creating a lot of tech videos I'm talking about, and every day he keeps on updating the new latest tech. That way you are always in trend. So that's why I said follow someone who's into events, community building, writing tech blogs or video, or even just writing a particular information on LinkedIn saying, you know what, today I came across this Anthropic stuff. I came across this model. Just read that. And if you find interesting, put your idea and repost it. That is where you build your network in LinkedIn professionally and on GitHub technically. Okay, just a small piece of advice. So let's move on to the topic. Yeah, so today's agenda is going to be on more on agents, architecture, tools, resources. So I'm going to cover whatever the tools that I've been working on. Next. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So we had this typical evolution of AI, if you ask me. Initially, it was the traditional apps. More it was into apps and then ML, and then we moved on to Gen AI. Then we have co-pilots, which I'll come back to later. And then we had agents. That was the era. But now I think you have to start welcoming autonomous system, agents, everything getting done. So that's the world. That's the evolution of AI right now. Okay, I had a different task from a manager. He asked me, Kamal, I'm looking for a banner creation because I run a couple of events at Microsoft where we talk about building agents for pro code developers and for the partners basically. So I was asked to build a banner and I said, do we have a budget? He said, are you really asking me this question? I don't have a budget. I said, I'm really not good at designing banners. That was something that I kind of did. I said, okay, can I get an Adobe Access or Figma? He said, no budget, Kamal, half a day you have time, create a banner for me. That is when I kind of stumbled on Copilot, which I work day in and day out. So I kind of gave a very simple text. You know what I said? Can you create a banner of 1, 0, 2, 4 across, whatever the dimension? I said, can I get a non-theme illustrator with a vector illustration, a little bit of it, with these colors? And I want a spacesuit. And this is the banner, this is the logo. Just gave a fresh, basic prompt. And I got images. And then I started adding, telling, can you please add Bangalore, the Bangalore skyline? Then that way I was able to, I just picked up the same prompt, changed the city, date, and generated for 30 plus cities. So I was able to generate like 15 to 20 minutes, 30 plus cities. So I did not use any expensive tools. I did not use any designer skills, nothing. It was a simple plain text English with few words, fancy words that I gave, and I was able to generate these images. So what do you think was the driving force behind it? How is that I entered something and I was able to get an image of this dimension and this depth? Any idea? Imagination. Yes, but what do you think is the driving force? Let's go one layer inside and think. What was actually driving this to get me this? Okay, you're all talking like my manager now. Urgency, deadlines. No. Let's not get on to that part. What my question was, okay, let me rephrase. I'm entering a text. I'm getting an image. I enter a text, I get an audio file. Enter a text, I get a video file. I enter a text, I get a data analysis. What is the driving force there? How is this system able to understand a simple text and it knows that I have to create an image? Right? Guys, there's models. Models are the driving force, right? You kind of covered everything and you forgot about the models. Okay. Model I kind of used was 𝗟𝗲𝘁 here. So the image processing. So even if you have a particular purpose in your project, think about the model. If it is more of a code related, I have a particular model. If it is image, I have this particular model. So for this, I did not use ChatGPT. Definitely if I'd used, I would have got a very dummy image. Things would have been really hard for me. So for this, I used a 𝗟𝗲𝘁 image. Okay, so think about models. Even if it's yours is more of a video processing or an audio processing, don't go for general models. Think about different models to use. So I just wanted to give you an example. But what kind of urgency, intuition, imagination, all that is right. But yeah, models play a very different role. So definitely there are two kinds of agents. Initially, we had conversational agents. Now we have autonomous agents. Conversation was more of triggered by a person typing, speaking, and used to get a response. But autonomous is more of running in the background, no human intervention. It kind of checks the situation, what it is, and does it. Again, a similar situation. I had to build an agent at my workplace where my entire team is located throughout the globe. I had to find a non-working hour for all of them, schedule a meeting exactly where they are available. That was really a tough time for me to do that because I have to find their working days, find the working hours. Is that falls under my non-working hours? Find out someone in Australia at the same time. I know we have a lot of meeting schedulers these days, but still I was thinking of it, let's do something different. So I built an agent where it just not finds a particular slot where everybody can join the meeting. Second, it will also trigger an email, just not with meeting summarizations. No, it will tell that if I've mentioned someone telling, okay, you know what, Kamal has to do this particular task. Maybe she's not right now, she's offline here. Immediately the agent will trigger an email to me saying, Kamal, in the meeting you weren't present, but this was assigned to you. This task was spoke about and you had to do something on it. So that is the level of agents that we are talking about. So creating an agent, everybody can do it. Write a prompt, agents get created. Publish, I can do it. But getting these kind of tasks at the business place is what the depth of autonomous agents is. So it's time to dwell from the conversational, more of talking to a person in a chat, to autonomous agents. So just wanted to give you a glimpse of it. Yeah. Again, there are key pillars for your AI agents. One is the perception context, which we keep talking about. The chatbot that I was talking about knew exactly what my context was, refund, and it did not keep beating around the bush telling, you know what, it's a technical glitch, it's the bank issue, nothing like that. It knew it was a refund, quickly checked the transactions, double time charge. Yes, it has to be refund, right? Simple enough. Reasoning and planning. Ensure that there are subsequential subtasks. Do not handle one task in a main thread, break it down. That is an easier way of handling, debugging, writing, planning, everything. Actions and tools to use. Interact with API, tools to effect change in real world system. So these are the key pillars of any AI agents that I would suggest. Now, again, workflow versus autonomous agents. This is all more of a theoretical aspect, which I keep on talking about. You have a very predefined step-by-step in the workflow, which is more deterministic. When it comes to autonomous, no, that's not the case. It is more realistic. Now, because of this, the production adoption rate has kind of increased. You could see that. The old school style of the prompting stuff is completely changing to autonomous. Again, multi-agent. There was this scenario where people are kind of coming into it. A human talking to an agent, that is the traditional way, right? What if I say a human talking to an agent and an agent talking to another agent and getting me an info? Has anybody heard of it or anybody tried about it? So, sorry? Yes, client of a sub-agent, something like that. So that's the era now. So no more it's like an agent talking to a human talking to an agent looking for information. You don't know the latency, the kind of depth that now agents are connecting with agents. Multimodal kind of things are happening. Multi-agent is happening. So that's the era of adoption. You will have to do that. Okay. Since I'm from Microsoft, I have to talk about the Microsoft stuff here. So we have this M365 Copilot that we've been working on. I'm sure everybody knows about all of these tools, right? Can anybody tell me if anybody has worked? Everybody has a Microsoft Access at their work environment. Anybody, what's this last item? Yes. Have you used it? Okay, great. Anybody else? See, I just want to emphasize on this particular tool is M365 Copilot is all about building agents within your Microsoft so that all the data present in Teams, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, anything, you extract them and you get your agent built, catered according to your applications, right? The loop is the advanced version of all of your applications. Just type loop.microsoft.com and you can see the beauty of it. If I have to share a particular section on a Word, can you think you can share it to your colleagues? No. You have to share the entire page. But in Loop, I can actually make it as a component and share only a part of it and not the entire talk. That you could actually do in Loop. You might be having access at your office, but you have not started using it. So you can create analysis, presentations, everything, a very faster way to do it. So definitely, again, M365 Copilot is within M3 Microsoft with the LLM apps, graph, Dataverse, and your web, and you'll be able to use M365. Now, if you ask me what are the different types of agent, I think I'll skip this because everybody knows what are the types of agents you can actually build. One simple example that just wanted to highlight was that HR agent. You know, every day companies, big companies, every day you have someone getting hired. Think if one person keep asking, okay, what's the transport number? What's the holiday list? Who's my manager? I mean, manager definitely they know. What's my employee code? Where do I get all this set up? What if I say that you can actually build an agent and all you have to do is just get the new hire access the agent. And all he or she has to do is just enter the employee code and ask the questions. That is one of the best way to create agents internally. There could be someone from the testing team. I have a particular task to be run every 1 hour, a script, and I don't want to do it manually. I don't want to download it. After downloading, I don't want to send it to the entire team. If there is an error, I don't want it to send it to a particular team. Can you do this manual thing by an agent? I'm going to train my agent in such a way that every hour the script has to be run. The moment you get the report, send it to all of these email lists. All I'm giving this is in the prompt, right? Once you send an email and you find there is an error flag, please capture that particular error and send it to the other team with a level 2 or 3 based on the priority. Tell me if you could actually do this manually, how much you would be error prone. Definitely you might miss on one of the other R. An agent can actually do this. So you have a problem, think about an agent. Now think in terms of an autonomous agent, how you can actually work. Everybody has something or the thing. In fact, I have built multiple agents just keeping a lot of daily issues that I go through at work. So you can definitely build one. Okay, Kamal, you know what? Definitely everybody keeps talking about agent, right? How does this agent looks like? Nobody talks about it. This is how an agent actually looks like. It has an orchestrator. It has a model. It has triggers, workflows, skills, knowledge. When I say knowledge, I'm talking about the data. Everything is in and around with data, right? Are we dealing anything else? Video files, audio files, text, values, a lot of things. One layer below, if I go, it's called tokens. So everything's data. So that's what the knowledge is. If I'm referring to a particular doc, I'm building an agent telling, okay, you have to get trained on this particular doc or a PDF file and give response based on it. That's data again for me. So, but this is how you get it. Now, where you can access, what you can access at Microsoft level tells you what type of agent you can build. So if you're using Copilot Studio, you use exactly what M365 gives you. You don't have too much of access. You can build a basic agent. But if you say, Kamal, you know what? I want to come up with my own model. I want to come up with my own orchestrator level. I have a more personalized way or a more complicated, sophisticated agent to be built. I cannot use something that's already existing within Microsoft 365. Then we say you have to go for custom engine agents. Kamal, I just want to only work on the foundation and architecture. The rest all can be used by Microsoft. Then we have something called declarative agents. So choose your path and then you can design agents inside Microsoft. That's what this agent and the team that we are working is all about. So at Microsoft also you can build agents, but know your area of expertise, area of your project, where you exactly want to build and then choose the path. So you might be someone from the sales team and you want to build an agent. Kamal, is it someone who codes only can build an agent? No. We have something called Copilot Studio where you don't have to know coding. I'm more into a SharePoint. All my office docs are into SharePoint. Can I build an agent? Yes. They're called SharePoint agents. Kamal, I'm completely a pro code. I want to dwell my hand. I know .NET, TypeScript, everything. Can I build an agent? Yes. That's called pro code where you build with the SDKs and Teams library. Okay, so choose your path. This is all freely available at the Microsoft website. I'll just show you in a minute how to do that. Again, few vocabularies. I think you've been using it, but you really don't use the exact context. One is called the token. The data that we talk about, everything, the characters is being broken down. That's what we call the chunk, the tokens. The prompt, the basic prompt, right? There's context window again. So the maximum token that the model can actually handle is, that's what we talk about. Grounding. I'm sure everybody hears about this word grounding, right? So at the architecture level, the moment you enter a prompt, how is that I get a response? What really happens behind the screen? The moment you enter, say exactly what's the weather in Bangalore, you say enter, it goes into pre-processing. After processing, there is a grounding level that happens. Then it gets to LLM. Then it gets to the internet, search the data, gets the information back. Once the information is back, it does the post-processing. Again, the grounding. That's when you receive a response. So all this happens at a fraction of a second. But this is what the process is really inside the screen. The moment you type, telling what is the latest model of phone, or what is the weather in Bangalore, or what are the places that I have to visit in China when I go there. So all this comes up in a second, right? But this is what really happens in the background. So I was talking about the low code, no code, and pro code, right? You can choose your path. So all the data is available here. This circle, all my data is available here, and I'm using Microsoft 365. Whether are you a no code, low code, or you're a pro code. So based on this, you can actually build your agent, and it is all readily available to build. Yes, there is a price tag of license. If you're working at an organization level, definitely you will have some enterprise license, subscriptions, developer tenants, all that you'll have. But at the basic level, you'll get to try. After that, you'll have to go for a subscription, which your organization would already have it. Okay, so these are the levels, and I'll also give you a link where you can actually look for more information. Now, again, this is a little more depth, telling what exactly when to use. Kamal, I'm of no code experience. Go for SharePoint. Just connect your agent with those particular knowledge bases. Simple, done. Kamal, I'm more of a person who targets, I work in and out with M365. Then you go to Copilot Studio. Declarative is you have a very dedicated knowledge base, enhanced capability, and a little bit of coding knowledge. Then you go for declarative. Custom is totally custom, where you completely take control of the model, orchestrator, foundation model, all of it. Everything is customized. You come up with your own models. So again, a little bit of Copilot Studio. It's again a platform for building your AI agent by Microsoft, where it makes your design conversation, knowledge, orchestrator, all without writing an infrastructure code. How easy is that? So all you have to do is go to copilotstudio.microsoft.com, trial version, try it for free, and you can see you can create an agent. So you have low code, you have multi-channel, you have all the grounded stuff, generative, connected models. Choose your models and go it. It's just a variation of what we could do in Vertex you have, and Copilot Studio you have. On the other side, a different tool. Just see the same database I referred. How does this particular tool refers when I'm building an agent? How is my response being generated? Try with Microsoft and see that variation. It's all about one or other tool has some exception cases. Give it a try and see how it works. Again, Vertex AI Agent Builder, another tool which I've already used. Definitely something to try about. Again, an enterprise grade level 1. I think you must have already tried. If you haven't tried it, give it a try and see how to build agent. One-stop solution to build, deploy, publish everything, and even scale. I have seen people, one thing that everybody is good at writing prompt. They build an agent. They connect the knowledge resources. Absolutely fine. They even publish it. But tell me, how many of you really optimize it? Is it scalable? You check the after part of it. Trust me, today you build an agent keeping one person in mind. You gave a couple of prompts, you tested, working fine. Tomorrow, the same agent is going to be used by 10 to 100 folks. Do you think your agent is going to be reliable? Will it respond the same way? What's happening with the message history? How are my tokens getting managed? What is the temperature of my messages, depth of it? There are these kind of technologies that you have to think about. So writing a prompt, getting an agent built in minutes is easier these days. Tools can do it for you. But the aftermath of it, the what happens after building an agent, that is where as a developer you need to think. So people keep talking about this, like AI is going to take your job. Definitely AI will take your jobs on these aspects. But on the optimization, scalable, infrastructure part, all of that, AI cannot take it as of now. That is where a developer human brain is required. That's where your physical presence is required to work on it. Okay, so think on those aspects. Again, the core pillar for the agent builder in terms of Vertex, again, it's the studio. It has the agent dev kit and the agent engine. So I'll not get too much into it. Understand what are the tools available, giving it a try, logging in, working on it. I think everybody can do at this generation. So if you want to go through the tutorials, that will be an entire different session to talk about it. And yeah, have you heard of this word called hallucination? Anybody, what is it like? Misleading. Why does it mislead? Context, proper context. Yes, please. Satisfy the user. Okay. What else? I can understand it. Okay. Yeah. Hallucination. Why did it mislead? What happened? You gave the right knowledge base, everything. Did you think about it? Why does it kind of mislead?
Because it was trained to give answer, no matter what the prompt is. If it doesn't know the context also, it was trained to give answer. So it hallucinates and gives different answer.
Yeah. A proper pre-processing is not done. It's not necessary. Whatever resource I give, it has to depend on it. Even it has to analyze. That's what the post-processing is called. Is my response right to the question asked by the user? That kind of validation has to be done. If your agent is not good enough to do that, that's where it hallucinates the data. Very simple example. I was building an IT agent. Okay. Can you tell me how to work on this particular IT product? What is the current status of this IT product? Everything was fine. And then immediately a colleague of mine came next to me and he typed, can you tell me what's the recipe for an omelette? Immediately get the response. That's when I said, you know what? My agent is kind of not trained to give an appropriate answer. That's when I kind of gave a little more instructions, a little more details, telling you know what, you're an IT agent. You're supposed to answer queries related to IT, professional, ethical, follow these set of products. And that is when it was able to. The moment next time I asked, can you tell me how to prepare an omelette? It said, you know what, I'm not trained to answer queries other than the area of expertise or whatever I'm trained on. So can you please ask me another question? So that is how you have to understand the word called pre-processing, post-processing, grounding. We talk about all these terms, but there is a lot of depth involved in it. So understand those aspects of it. So kind of this eliminates the grounding. These advanced tools like the Vertex and all completely eliminate. So you don't even have to think about it. Also, using third-party plugins, third-party tools to do some kind of things also will lead to hallucination and misleading of the data. So quite be, I wouldn't say curious, just careful enough to ensure that your data is not leaked. At the end of the day, security also matters, right? The data shouldn't be breached. Governance, those kind of aspects has to be followed. Memory leak. So the impact of using the Vertex, definitely you can see you have 200 plus foundation models. All we know is write a prompt, get a response, right? But there are a lot of models to be used. Can anybody name a couple of the models that you've been using? Sorry? It's Opus. What else? Sonnet. Compose. What do you use Compose for? Sir. I'm just asking. Just because people know about a lot of models. Yeah. Very nice. Any data that I've not heard, I've heard of. What is that? Level. What do you use it for? Latest one. Do you know at least what is the context? Anybody? What is level? Claude. Okay. So that means people are aware of all of these models that in the market. So have you guys tried using it? I know there are a couple of them not in the free version. So yeah, try switching those models. Try getting few of the models and try it out them. Okay. So Vertex has 200 plus models indulged or induced in them. So please use them and see. So adoption and development of a life cycle is definitely prototype, develop, secure, and scale it. People always forget the fourth point, scaling part, which is very important in any life cycle, building stage, whether it could be an app, mobile application, now it's the agent phase. Scaling is very important. So all of this could be done by a system, but the scaling part has to be taken care of. So just ensure we take care of that. Again, the traditional bots versus the Vertex agent, because I just wanted to focus on that. It's more of a hard-coded script, and in dynamic is the Vertex part. It's more of a linear, and this is more of an autonomous when it comes to Vertex. They are more of basic API keys, and here you have the Armor and the IAM agent calls. agent IDs basically. This is a fully managed serverless Vertex. The other one is more of a custom server management. So if you're looking for a full-time deployment, give a try for the Vertex. That is what I would suggest from the Google side. Give it a try and see how really building agent works here. Flutterflow. Anybody has heard about Flutterflow? Interesting. Have you used it? Sorry? Have you used it? Okay, I think back you've used it, right? Okay, great. So I'm from Flutter and I keep working on a lot of mobile apps. Exactly 2018, so it would be like almost 8 years back. When I started Flutter, it was totally a different way of writing or developing apps. Now these days, all I have to do is enter a prompt. All I have to do is just enter a prompt and I have an app developed, built, even sometimes deployed for me in minutes. That is the beauty of Flutterflow. So creating apps, no more old school style, open Visual Studio Code, nothing. All I have to do is create a prompt telling I'm looking for a fitness app and this is the theme. These are the factors I want. I want some kind of daily analysis, measure my health tracking part, and you have apps getting built for you. Component-wise, adding pages is simple. You have even those sections to be done by Flutterflow. That is one particular app. If you are thinking of doing mobile apps, please dwell into Flutterflow. One amazing product that I would suggest for someone who's going to try. You also get the code version of it. Just go to the tab, review, code, click on the code, and you can generate the entire code, copy paste it in your Visual Studio Code, wherever, and you can run the code also. So that is how connecting with the Google text or any other third party, connecting with the AI part models is all drag and drop. So if you, yes, please.
APK or IPA filter.
It'll give what?
APK or IPA filter.
It'll give you. Try it out.
Deployment we have to
Yes. Yeah. Now it does even the publishing part. It puts you to the Google store as well. So initially it wasn't there, but now they've advanced everything. All you have to do is just enter a prompt and see your app gets ready for publish phase. Oh, I wouldn't suggest, but getting a very initial stage, give it a try. Don't trust too much on the third parties also, but yeah, if you go on the subscription level and a more deeper version, definitely it's a trustable one. Give it a try. So again, prompt to pages, prompt to components. So it's more on Flutter side, it's more of components, right? So I can create a prompt component. I can create a page in seconds just by giving this. So you can see that all I say, generative AI, describe it, create a profile page with a user profile, bio, travel state, everything, and I just say enter. You can see how fastly it creates. You see those pages getting created, user profile overview. So that's the way you can create using the generative AI in the Flutterflow. You can add things, components, it's already predefined. Now coming to the popular platform, Kamal, you've been talking about agents, you've been talking about our agent architecture, you've been talking about few of the keywords that I have to think about. What are the tools that I have to dwell, keeping a lot of Microsoft stuff or Google stuff or XYZ. From the Microsoft side, we have Copilot Studio and we have Azure AI Foundry. Like how you have Vertex, we have called AI Foundry, where it's a one-stop solution, build, start, deploying, testing, publish, everything agent-wise. So it's just one stop. You don't have to keep juggling between post to pillar or jumping from bubble to bubble to create an agent. So Azure AI Foundry is from Google and you can work on it. So there's something called True AI, there is LangGraph, Studio. I would say basic, start with Studio and then dwell into Azure AI Foundry. Again, few things about AI Agent Builder. These are the core components you just need to understand: instruction, knowledge, memory, LLM, tools, human approval. At the end of the day, it's also about human approval, right? Whatever response you get, and if you're not satisfied with the response, you'll have to have human intervention. So these are the core components of an AI agent. Best practices agent anybody can create, but having your agent go through all of it, human oversight, governance, security. How many of actually think about security aspects when it was? Yeah, think about it, right?
So probably, yeah, when I develop any application or any other things, I used to think that how much secure our application is, what are the whatever I am sending, suppose if I am storing any credentials, or previously means as I am an Android application developer. So I used to store in files or something like that. And now I think in such a way that most probably that means when I am going how to store it more efficiently.
Very true.
So that means the whole memory of my application should be saved, and the data also should be stored.
Very true. Very true.
So that way.
Definitely, developers, that's what I said. AI can take care of all your part, but when it comes to governance, security, reliable, ethical, professional, data is not getting breached, fairness, all that kind of things, it has to be taken care by us. So these best practices you have to definitely follow. You remember you keep typing, generally in 𝗟GPT, we type something personal, we put a picture, we say, can you change the background, all of it. Did you guys ever think about what's happening to all of this data? Sorry? Yeah, but what happens to that data? How secure it is? Yeah, so as a developer, think on those aspects. See, creating a prompt, getting an agent built, everybody can do it. Come up with nice ideas. But what really happens? Can I retrieve the first 10 messages that I type into a Word file or a doc, and can I get those files? I'm doing a kind of a knowledge base and research. Can I get all the prompts typed by all the users separated in a particular doc? If it's more of a financial related queries, put it in this particular doc. If it is more of a technical queries, put it in this doc. Can you do those kind of variations? Think about it. Do some research on it. What really happens to the messages? Can I kind of archive it? Can I kind of delete it? Make sure, okay, after 10, it has to be deleted. Is it getting shared somewhere? So all these aspects, you have to think on the security aspects. Building agents, yes, everybody can do these days. Think on these aspects. And yeah, fairness, accountable, reliability, that is also something that you have to take care of. This is another thing that actually I use. Again, 𝗟𝗲. I was supposed to create badges. Whenever someone attends my event, I had to create badges. I didn't want to go for a physical badge, spend money on it. All I went for a digital badge. Again, I used Copilot and Gemini. A little bit of Gemini. So I kind of got the responses. Again, I said, create a round badge. I was in Rome and Munich for this. I said, I'm looking for a Rome city, Rome background, Munich background, with a Copilot, Microsoft logo, all of it. Can I get a badge generator? I was able to do it. Why I'm trying to emphasize on all this is you can get a couple of your manual work done very easily. You don't have to spend too much time doing it. Use the existing resources, but carefully. That's it. Okay. Again, this is the Copilot developer camp that I run. My entire team runs on it on building agents and Microsoft site. This is the link. This is a QR code. I'll quickly show you the link, how the tutorial is. It is free. It is self-paced. It's video-based, text-based, tutorial-based, everything. And all it needs is choose your path. Initially, what we do is we come up with a topic or we come up with a particular product and tell, okay, you get adapt to it. But that's not the case here. We tell, choose your area of expertise. You are a no-code, you're a low-code or a pro-code. You choose the path accordingly. So we don't force something to you. You come up from your level and choose your path. And also you choose something based on your area of expertise and your project requirement. My project requires completely custom building, and I know the coding knowledge, then choose that particular path. So we have come up with that way of designing agents. I'll just skip this part and I'll quickly show you guys the Copilot developer camp. This was a site I was talking about. Let me share. Share the screen. Yeah. So this is the website that I was talking about. It's from Microsoft. All the tutorials are available. So it tells you whether you want to choose declarative or you want to choose custom engine or you want to choose SharePoint agents or which one you want to go. I'll just take declarative, simple. It tells you what are choose the foundation path, what are the prerequisites. Everything is available step by step for you to build one. Simple. I'm going to work on the MPCP app. So I start with the bundle. See here. It tells me it's going to take 2 hours. It's built on this particular license. What are the prerequisites? All I need to know is about the MCP app, surface, tools, and widget mapping, and you can start the labs here. So it's all readily available for you. Just type Copilot Developer Camp and you'll be able to get this labs accessible. So if you're from a Google world and you want to give it a try, just give it a try. But if you're someone who wants to dwell and find out where can I actually propose my customer or partner about building agents, give it a try and see how it works. And coming to custom engine agents, it's totally customizable where you use an agent framework, you use Azure AI Search, SDK, and to build one. So whatever I was been talking about agent architecture, everything will get it. Kamal, I'm more of a studio person. Where can I find one? There's something called Copilot Studio Agent Academy. You have 2 courses. One is Recruit and one is Operative. So from Recruit, you can start your course setup, Introduction to Agent, Fundamentals, M365. How do I add adaptive cards, agent flow, topics, knowledge? Everything is taken step by step, even triggers. So I want to connect my REST API. I want to do all the REST call, everything. It will tell you everything, how to do it in Copilot Studio. So it gives you a complete schedule to build agents in M365 Suite, Copilot Studio, and Custom Engine agents. So just wanted to tell you. And also we have a GitHub repo where you can check the issues, do a PR, work on it. And yeah, so today I think I kind of gave you a glimpse of it's the time now to move forward from prompting to autonomous agents, well into different texts and see what are the different ways to build agents. If you're a no-code, if you're in low-code, or if you're a pro-code, choose your path in building agents. Rather than jumping into something that's already existing or knowing what is your level and then jumping into something makes a difference. So think about your project requirement, think about your area of expertise, and then start working on it. All right. Thank you so much. Yes.
Please ask your questions.
Yes, please. Any questions? All right, without further ado, if you have any questions, I'll be there. Let me know. Happy to connect with you. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you guys. How was it? Yeah, I would love you to give feedback and your inputs, which are most valuable. Yes, and I would request Mr. Amit Agrawal, please come on the stage and honor our speaker, 𝗂𝗶𝗃. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's all break for lunch. After 40 minutes, we'll be back. You all line up and come.
I'm audible. So this episode was fifth floor, then a cabinet. So you can call it fifth floor, assembly.
वहाँ पे स्नेहा है।
10 members they guide you. Best. I'll go to you.
हाँ जी तो यहीं पे है।
Ask them to go for lunch.
हाँ
Always then they will not be able.
yes
I want speakers for.
then they want to talk and conversation not आप लंच के लिए जा सकते हो बाद में you can लंच लेट होगा
Stop पे जो है
क्या करना है?
stop करना है हट जाओ
Especially, go for lunch.
Hi Rohit.
Yeah, hi Anand.
I call you, but you're not receiving.
No, your voice is not audible. That is why I called you second time. Then I got some drinks for the speakers.
Actually, I sent the updated PPT.
Okay.
Okay. So all thing. So you have used this PPT. Okay.
Okay. For that.
In the closing ceremony, they have some announcement for the AI mobile hackathon and books over like that. Okay.
Okay.
And so you also will for the books will be the 15% discount for today. Okay.
15%
So you
discount on the books. Okay.
for the AI mobile coders promo code. Okay.
Okay, fine. I'll switch off the video. Otherwise, all the things will get recorded.
Okay. So
After that, we will need to edit all the things.
Yes, but that will be you also be the recorded for the in the DSLR.
Not DSLR I recorded. I was capturing photo because I do need to do some setting which I didn't know. So I had recorded from the mobile. Everything is from mobile. We can edit the quality using AI.
Yes. Okay. Great.
I had recorded short videos for everyone, Sanjeev sir, and then after that, Kamalashri. So short video, I will gather everything and then upload, because if I share by WhatsApp, it will destroy the quality. We need to go.
Yes, you can upload the drive. Okay. You can upload the drive, so that will be share the link. Okay.
Okay. You have the created drive? You
Yes.
have any drive link?
I created that drive link.
You have any drive link? Shall I create it?
Shall I created? Okay.
Shall I do or you?
Both have. I have a pro plan. Okay. So I have a much more drive data. Okay. So I will share to you. So you can upload for that to have a 50 GB to 100 GB also.
Okay.
Okay,
Fine.
I have a 5 TB.
Oh, wow. That is why you are able to sponsor this event.
But they will be the pro plan, so that Google will be the thing.
Okay. Okay,
Okay.
fine.
Okay, so you have uploaded all the pictures, so that will be the sharing in the social media.
I'll do that.
And but you have a some sponsors photo, like they have a sponsors logo. Like after that will be
That I have. That I had.
okay, okay.
That
And
I took
after
again. Yeah.
you have some picture for the all of members, like foods, and that will be the some.
Yeah, I'll check. I am not going in cafeteria. I mean, attending
Okay,
the speaker. I will ask the person who has went to.
okay, you can
Oh,
take the food. Okay, lunch. The after lunch will
sure.
be. So
Sure,
after
sure.
lunch, it will be the again video will be on. Okay.
I'll switch on the video once this. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Fine.
you so much.
Fine.
Bye.
Uh, so, bruh, yes. Who is switch on the video?
Okay, okay, I can see that.
Just stabilizing the
Hello, hello. Next time, come back to your desks, come back to your seats. My right, come back to your desk. We're going to have a quiz competition. Participate, and get a grade. Guys, attention. Not whispering, not participating.
Hello everyone, am I audible? And I am India. Okay, so we had two sessions as of now. One is from Google, 𝗿𝗂𝘁 sir, and another from Commercial Banks from Microsoft. Anyone who can summarize those sessions one by one? Anyone? Before starting this is a general. Before starting this, I want anyone who can summarize the session. Anyone? Yeah, please come. Please tell your name. I know what you do. And then after.
Hey, thank you. I hope you guys had a very good lunch. Yeah, I'm Anand. I work with the PA with advertising. Not only yeah, hi guys. I'm Anand. I work at IBM with advertising. This is last years. And they're good guys. Person. First of all, was from Google, so that was about how we can give AI into mobile applications. Like we are building the mobile applications for so many years, but there is a transition step how we can adopt and use the AI in our application. Just doing the operations of making this API go and UI. So that using the sensor was about how all the Gemini were there, which model we can adopt, considering the cost, performance, and the output we want. Those type of models we can integrate into our mobile applications. For an example, use case was about members, where I can just put them in for so and so date and so time. The voice gets converted to text. It goes to the it generates a better prompt for the request, which I think in our server or maybe the network server, and it gives us the result. So instead of just I go and the API call as the list, then I figure it out manually against the API call. Instead of this, just one voice command and the ticket has been put. So the first session was about that. Next session from the Microsoft.
Very well described. We described very well the first session. Anyone who want to summarize your work, second session? Before moving this to optional quiz and all, anyone who wants to describe second session, who has done a few words? No. Okay, let's go by the question. The question is displayed on the screen. What is Google primarily used for? Last one, please stand and answer. Anyone who's on device? Please click on device. So please click on device option. Yeah, that's correct. What is Google? Please move to next question. Which AI tool do these emoji describe? You are saying the emojis. Who wants to answer? Please stand up. Everyone uses emojis in phone, WhatsApp, everything. Yes? Huh? Please pick ChatGPT. Yeah. Which of the following examples of multimodal AI? Machine learning is a subset of which AI create images from text prompts? Correct. You guys are well knowing all these things. Good. Which AI field understands images? Computer vision. Please click on computer vision. First one. Yeah, correct. Which AI model can generate images from text prompt? Yeah, it will be Delhi. Please click on which library is widely used for deep learning? Correct. Deep learning is based on neural networks. Which of these is a virtual AI assistant? What is main purpose of machine learning? Which of these is not an AI application? Yeah. Which library is commonly used for data analysis in Python? Which Python library is commonly used for numerical computing? AI system mainly work using which of this is an example of generative AI? What is full form of LLM? Which company developed the Gemini AI model? What? Which of these devices commonly uses AI? Which AI technology converts spoken word into text? Good. So that was all about my quiz. I will hand over my to Rama.
All woke up? Session is over. Me's over. Now again, let's start learning. Good evening, guys. Welcome. Let's welcome 𝗟𝗲𝗃𝗵𝗴 from Amazon. She is GDG. She's a learned person and she has 100+ talk events posted. She is basically a Flutter developer. First thing is that. And she's there to help us understand what better we can do using Flutter. Welcome.
So hi everyone, I'm Ashita. I work at AWS currently, and over the past more than 10 years of my work life, I have worked across the front-end stack and full stack as well. So I worked in React, I worked in Flutter, and today what I'll do is I'll talk about user experiences and how they are evolving into agentic experiences. And we'll just walk through it, what is changing, what new is coming up, and how we as front-end developers can adapt. So let's take a step back. For decades, the way we have been designing our applications was always assuming that we had a human at the other end. A human who would, scroll through your app, who would read your button labels, who would click, who would type, and do all the activities. They would also get tired and give up, which is why we had to always ensure that we gave the minimum information, the minimum amount of clicks required for the user to achieve something. And our applications would actually simply respond to these user actions that were there. But if you look over the past few years, actually, things have started changing. So first is, since the release of ChatGPT, there has been an emergence of this new web. Now, what is this new web? This new web is very intent and goal-driven. What I mean by that is, say today when you open up ChatGPT, and if you want to do a task, even say like planning an event like this, you don't have to open multiple applications. Right? You can do it within ChatGPT itself. Say you want to plan a travel also. You want to plan a trip to Goa. You will not open a new application. You will not go to Play Store, App Store, download applications who are going to help you do that. You will do it in an application like ChatGPT itself, and you will ask them to help you to plan travel. So traditionally, the way users would use applications would be to download them, to navigate all the developer-defined layouts that would be there. But with the emergence of these new AI applications, the way users are also using these apps have started changing. So that is where we start coming to this new web. Now, this new web is very goal-oriented, right? So today, like we discussed, I'll just write in ChatGPT, help me plan a trip to Goa, and it is going to give me a 3-5 day itinerary with detailed steps, detailed places of where I want to go. And what this has resulted in is now our applications, they are very focused. They are now focused on the objective that the user is trying to achieve. Now the focus is no longer the navigation, or no longer what the user has to move through to achieve something, but the focus is only on the goal. Then, because of these AI, now the agents, they are intelligent enough. So if I click something, say if I click a submit on a UI, the agent will know what the data is there, and it will actually go ahead and plan the next step without you having to type all those words. So there is this click-driven seamlessness that is also there in this new era. Then, like we always use our AI assistants. Our AI assistants across the web, across this new era, can do things for you. They can fill up forms, they can get data, they can act on your behalf. And the fourth point is where apps have started coming to you. So when you use search, you get all these small UI elements that automatically come to you depending on your query. Similarly, across these applications, we'll see how at one place we can have different applications with different app views that will be composed by the AI agent and will start coming to you at one place itself. So that is what brings us to agentic experience, where now when we are building applications, we are not only building for humans at the other end, but we are also building for these AI agents. Your applications will now also be used by AI agents, because if you see today across the web, more than 50% of the traffic is through these AI agents and bots. So while building applications, you have to now understand that you are building applications for users who can delegate their intent to these agents as well as for these agents. And the human always stays in the loop. So let me ask you a couple of questions. So how many of you have built applications that incorporate any agentic experience? That can be any agentic UI, any agentic workflow that you have built. How many of you have built applications? That's nice. What were those?
So mine was a web-based application. So this is basically for a company that fine-tune the LLM output. Okay. So the flow was like that. So customized what they are developing for biology data. So what they do, they have a model, given some questions, it will give you the answer. Then human verify have to verify those answers across some rubrics. Okay. So to stream from that process, I created a significant using 𝗁𝗂𝗶𝗴. So we can start the checks that will work for 4 rubrics. What are the validation points? So given a question and answer, it will go and check some checkpoints. If fine-tuning and correction is needed, it will come and correct that, and it will submit that particular package. So by human, it is a long process. Every question takes around 45 minutes, but with AI, can batch process that hundreds of questions.
That's really interesting. That is a good use case. Anyone else? Yeah.
Basically, so what I have to make the project ready, not completely related to software, but also to hardware. For those type of students that are about the curriculum. So basically, it's like you just have to tell what idea you want to make, and you can do a complete research on what research papers are existing, how what patents are existing, how can we modify it. And if we want, we can add our own features, and after that, we generate a complete bill of materials, the components, and it also can take from the copy paste, like it can copy paste from the PDFs, and at the end, it can even generate a complete V1 which we can import directly into platforms from where we can order the table goods.
That is definitely a nice use case. The use case that I was talking about, where you don't have to now navigate multiple applications, but everything comes in one place. All the UI views, everything is now at one place, where you have also like simplified the user journey and all. So how many of you use on-device AI? A lot of you. And the rest are using cloud? Okay, that's nice. Which one do you use? Which models do you use?
I tried with 𝗟𝗏, but production, we are using 𝗟𝗏.
Okay. Okay. And just for reference, how many of you are Flutter developers? Okay. And the rest, Kotlin native. Okay. Swift, Android. Okay, nice. It's equal.
So no Flutter process.
Okay, so before I proceed, like these are some of the key characteristics of agentic experience. The first is on-demand interfaces or just-in-time UI. So when you as a user express your intent, you get a relatively on-demand UI in front of you itself. You as a user will not have to navigate multiple screens to actually convey your intent. The second is outcome-oriented design, where you move from what to click to actually what to achieve. So the entire experience that you build now is focused on the outcome, on the user's goal. The third is around app atomization. So over the years, if you see, we've been breaking down our backends into various microservices. So similarly, in this new agentic era, we are now breaking down our UI into user flows, which your agent can actually pick up and easily, execute instead of having to navigate that labyrinth of UI elements. And the last is, we are doing this all for creating that frictionless flow for our users. Like the example shared, like the student example, where everything you bring in one place and it is so frictionless for the user to now try to figure out what they need to build from a hardware perspective. So examples like this is because we are doing it to reduce the friction for our users. So there are these two protocols currently that are shaping agentic experience. So the first is MCP apps. So what is MCP apps per se? What MCP apps does is that basis your user goal, they are going to actually bring the UI to the user. So you say your goal and the agent is going to figure out the relevant UI or the app and they are going to bring it to your chat interface. So whether you are using Claude desktop, Claude mobile app, you're using applications like Boost, whatever you want, depending on your goal, the agent will go and match what relevant app is there and it's going to bring to you. So this is one. And this is where we are trying to operate where the new users are there. What are the new sort of use cases and places that our users are there? How do we bring our applications, bring our abilities to them? And the second is A2UI. So you already have an application, right? How do you bring this agentic AI capability there where your user will not have to navigate ton of UI stuff to achieve their goal? How can you bring outcome-oriented UI to them in your own application? So that is A2UI. And now what we'll do is we'll walk through each of them in detail, starting with MCP apps. So this is basically the use case where Shirley is a sales analyst at a mid-sized consumer goods company. And this is our manager, VP of Sales, Nikhil. What he's asking for the Q4 data for revenue, profit, and order volume for these 3 states. And he needs the data. So what she decides to do is she decides to use her company provided agent. And this company provided agent has access to these 3 MCP servers. So the first server is your sales data MCP server. Now this has access to these relevant tools where they can get regional sales, monthly orders, regions, etc. The second server is your sales analytics MCP server. This can compare your monthly KPIs, your quarterly KPIs and summarize them. And the third is your forecast MCP server, which can forecast your revenue, your demand, your various KPIs and give the tools for them. So what she does is she tries out the prompt that show me the Q4 revenue, profit, order volume for these 3 states. But what she gets in return is this huge wall of text. The numbers are there, but it is up to her to actually now go read through that huge block of text that AI tends to generate and then again copy back into the relevant presentation and forward to her manager. So this is not the most ideal thing. And she starts thinking, what if instead of this wall of text, I get UI directly, UI like charts, your visualization, which she can directly embed into the presentation. Because this would not only make her life easier, but anyone who uses that agent or those MCP servers, it will make their life easier as well. Because they'll be able to ingest the data very easily. So this is where your MCP apps comes in. And MCP apps lets you send UI over MCP. So how many of you know what MCP is? A quick show. So it's the model context protocol. And how many of you work with MCP servers? Yes, so Jira MCP server or whatever, MCP servers, almost every company today has an MCP server. So these MCP server today still return text. But with this MCP app standard, you can build UI, for tool relevant UI in these MCP servers itself. And whenever your user is using it in any client, they'll be able to see UI. So you can also have dynamic user, multi-step user workflows as well. And we'll look into that example when we go. So an example of this will be, say when you use Perplexity and you ask it to book a trip, you ask it to search for an itinerary or anything, you will have these MCP apps that are embedded there. So the Perplexity agent will basically call your MCP server, which can return MCP apps. So now we'll look at some of the core concepts of MCP apps. So the first is basically creating the MCP server. So this is a TypeScript-based MCP server that we have here, and I'm using two more SDK pieces here: the MCP server and the stdio server transport. So because I'm showing you the localhost example right now, so this will communicate over your standard input-output. But to have a remote MCP server, you can use the streamable HTTP server transport. And there are these four key pieces when we talk about MCP apps. So the first being your UI resources, which is what will your UI be? What will be the components? How will the UI look like? So that is what we call as UI resources. The second is your tool. So any MCP server, you will have tools, right? So what will be the tool logic? Which UI resource will be linked to the tool? And how they are linked is that is something that we do through the metadata linkage here, or the meta field. So all your UI resources are actually linked to every tool. So whenever you call a tool, any tools, for example, get the status of my repository, it will also give you a UI element. That UI element can show you the data in a pictographic, in a UI way. And this is how basically we link our URI or the UI resource to any tool through the meta field. Then we come to the host or your AI client. So where you are actually ingesting these MCP servers. So MCP apps is a pretty new standard, and currently not a lot of the AI clients are supporting it. So you can see the list here, and you can always check the updated list on the link that has been shared. So your Cloud Web, Desktop, VS Code, Goose, and others that are supporting. And today I will show you an example on Goose. So Goose is completely open source. It's a part of the Agentic AI Foundation, and it's free to use. You can freely add your MCP servers without having to pay for any plan. And it supports the rendering of MCP apps, so you can use it to test it out. So to add an MCP server in Goose, you have to go to the extensions, and you can actually add your MCP server. So you can see I'm adding my endpoint here. So it's the stdio one, so I'm adding my local host. And in Goose, you can configure your own LLM provider. So whether you want to use Ollama, you want to use Gemma, or you want to use the cloud-based LLM provider, you can configure it. So I have used here Amazon Bedrock. So Amazon Bedrock gives you access to all the leading foundational models from Anthropic, any cloud models that are there, from Mistral, from Llama, from Meta's Llama models, or even Amazon's Nova. So you can use any of the leading foundational models here, and you can scan the QR code to get started. So I've basically configured Amazon Bedrock here, providing the region, the bearer token. And then we talked about the host, we talked about the UI resources and the tool. But where is the UI actually rendered? So that is something that we call the view, which is basically a sandbox iframe. So why is this sandboxing important here? So sandboxing is basically a security measure. So you will never want your MCP apps to be able to manipulate the environment you're working in. whether you're working on Cloud Desktop or VS Code, you will not want your MCP app to manipulate or access your VS Code or your environment in any unpredictable ways. So that is why there is this sandboxing. All the communication between the host and the view is also auditable. So security is like one of the very, very important things for MCP apps. So this view is what helps do it. And your host and the view, they have bidirectional communication and they talk through JSON RPC over post message. So let me show you an example. So I have built the MCP server and this is Boost. So you can see when I say hello, it is going to call the relevant tool. And you can see I have a card now saying hello from MCP apps, not just text. And with some handshake complete, UI is live. So there are a lot of other requests also that the view can do to the host and the host can do to the view. So we'll look at some of those requests. So the first is open link. So there are times your view or the sandbox type frame will want to open an external link on the user's external browser. So for that, this request is what the view fires to the host. And this is how it looks like. So when I type in open link, it is again going to call the relevant tool here. And you can see it says model context protocol.io. When I click on open, you can see the external browser. In the external browser, the link has opened. Now this is again important because if you don't use this, you will not get permission to be able to access the external browser. The second is message, which makes it look like you have typed something directly into the chat interface. So you can see here send message. So this is summarize this conversation so far. If I send to chat, it looks like as if the user has typed it themselves. So when you want to have UI-based workflows, where you don't want the user to type things in the context, you can use this. And then there are these other message types as well, which VS Code supports, but currently Boost does not support. One is update model context, where you can update the context behind the scenes without showing the user, like in UI message. And the other is the ability to download a file. So now we'll look at some of the notifications that the host can send to the view. Now, why are these notifications sent? So they are sent when you want to stream data or have these lifecycle changes that happen so that your view can dynamically react to it. So example, tool input. So when the tool finishes gathering all its input, you want to send that to the view or your app so that it can then figure out the next step. Similarly, tool result, once the tool has finished creating or generating all the results. And the third is the host context change. So say you are using your Boost in a dark mode, your MCP app is in a dark mode. Now the user changes the mode theme of your Boost to light mode. So our MCP app needs to know that information so that it can immediately change. So this host context change helps in that. Again, if you decide to resize your window, your MCP app needs that information so that it can dynamically react. Another thing in MCP apps is where you can call one tool from another itself. So your MCP app itself is a tool call, right? And it gives you that ability to call another tool from the MCP app itself. And this makes MCP app a broader interface for tool orchestration. So I'll just show you an example. So this is basically another tool that I have created, eval tool, which evaluates a string expression. And there is this visibility metric in MCP apps. What this metric does is you can actually configure whether you want this tool to be available to your agent or to both your agent and MCP app. So you can see when I set the visibility only as app, your agent will not know that, will not be able to see whatever is happening here. So this is only available to your MCP app. And the reason we do this is for UI only workflows. So say the user is selecting 3 buttons or check boxes, or they are typing something. I don't want the agent to come in and interfere. So that is when we use this visibility metric. So let me show you an example. So when I write evaluate a string expression, so you can see here, while I'm typing, the agent is not interfering with the answer because the visibility is set to app. Till I click on call tools call, the agent will not know what is happening. Only on clicking on call tools call does the agent know what is happening here. So that is how we can have UI only workflows. So apart from that, till now we've been talking about apps where every JavaScript or everything was self-contained within the application itself. But what if you want to have static assets or even open other URLs from other places? So for that, you can configure them in content security policy, and this gives you the ability to interact with the external world. So there are 2 things that you can set here in connect domains. Anything that you want to access, any WebSocket you want to access, or any API request that you want to send. And in your resource domains, you can have any static assets that you want to load. So I'll show you the example here. So you can see fetch data from http://bin.org. Because it was set in the CSP, I could get the entire data that is there. So it was able to do an external API call. So now that we have gone through the fundamentals, let us see how we can use MCP apps to solve the problem 𝗟𝗲𝘃 have. So you can see here, when I do get sales data, it's calling the sales data MCP app, and you can see the visibility is set to app. So I can go select the time period, I can select whatever states I want, and till I click on submit, the agent is not interfering. So once I click on submit and I ask visualize, so this visualize is now calling another tool, and what you see here is another MCP app, the second MCP app here. So you can see there is tab bar, there is line chart. It's just working like a typical app where when you hover, you are getting all these tool tips, all the information. So now I can even ask it to generate a PDF report of the sales data. So when I'm asking it to generate report, it's going to call another tool, and that is actually this view that you see is the third MCP app for 𝗟𝗲𝘃 that we have made. And you can see you have the PDF viewer here. You can see it, you can download it, and this sort of gives you a ready-made solution as well. So, but our MCP server till now has been running locally. What if you want to give this ability and make sure that a lot of other users also use it at the same time? So that is something that we can do using Amazon Bedrock Agent Core runtime. And this is the link for that. You can access it. So once you host your MCP server at your end, you can actually give that to all your other users, and whichever AI client they are using that supports MCP apps will be able to access your functionality. So Amazon Bedrock Agent Core runtime, it provides a managed scalable runtime for your MCP server, and it has session isolation, and it also gives OAuth built-in support. So to do it, you have to prepare your server. You have to bind it to 8000 port and expose a post MCP, and you have to use the streamable HTTP transport for remote MCP servers, and you have to add Docker file. And once you do this, just make sure that your build runs locally before you try to push it. Then you can install the CLI for Agent Core. and just scaffold the project. You will have to configure your deployment target and the user pool and create resource server and app client for machine-to-machine authentication. And once you do that, you can add your JWT auth to the JSON file. Then you can deploy it using agent code deploy. And after getting the bearer token, you can test your remote server via Perl command. And then whichever AI client you are using, be it VS Code, be it Goose, be it Cloud Desktop, you can just add that remote MCP configuration there and you can start using it. So MCP apps also support real-time monitoring or real-time dashboards. And I'll quickly show you an example. So this is a sales event. Say a big sales event is happening. So how can you actually see live numbers there? So this dashboard actually shows you the live activity, which order is coming, shows you all the metrics that are happening live. So this happens through a WebSocket connection, and MCP apps lets you open a WebSocket connection as well. So in the content security policy that we discussed, in the connect domains, you can add your WebSocket server names, and it will let you open that WebSocket connection. So with this, we have come to an end of MCP apps. So all the code and everything is there on GitHub, and I'll share that towards the end of the session. So now we'll move to 𝗂𝗂𝑈I, where we'll see how we can have agents in our own applications that can give us outcome-driven UI. So 𝗂𝗂𝑈I is basically an open source protocol, and it lets you create agentic UI experiences in your app. And this is completely framework agnostic. The agents, they use JSON to actually define the UI, and your framework renderer will actually then work on rendering it. So this is completely open source. It's a package 2.0, and feel free to try it out. So 𝗂𝗂𝑈I inherently is secure by design because it only sends JSON code, JSON thing, and it never sends any arbitrary code. So your agent will never, execute any code. So there is no security risk there. The second thing is it uses this flat JSON-L structure to communicate about the UI, which is why it is LLM friendly. So you don't have any nesting, any nested component or any nested widget that it is going to send. It will send it in a flat JSON-like structure. And like we discussed, it's completely framework agnostic. Your agent is only responsible for generating the JSON-like structure, and your framework, whichever you use, React Native, React, Angular, Flutter, is responsible for rendering the UI. So that bifurcation is there. Now, how does 𝗂𝗂𝑈I work? So the user basically starts by sending a message, and the LLM or your agent reads that message and tries to understand it, like what it needs to do, and it emits a response. Now that response is basically your 𝗂𝗂𝑈I JSON, which is your JSON description of the UI that needs to be there. Then your renderer, your framework renderer, will render it into native components on the screen. Now say the user does any interaction, clicks on the submit button or any button. Then that interaction goes as a structured typed signal back to the agent. So there is no messy text way in which we are transferring these signals. It is always structured again, so that there is less chances of any error at the hands of the agent. And your loop will then continue again. So for Flutter, this SDK, the GenUI SDK, implements your 𝗂𝗂𝑈I protocol, and it helps you build your agentic UIs. So now we look at some of the core concepts for 𝗂𝗂𝑈I, and we'll start with components. So in 𝗂𝗂𝑈I, this is how we define our components. So it's called a flat adjacency list, and you can see there is no nesting. The components here have 4 key parts. You have the ID, You have the type to tell what is the type of the component it is. You have the properties, like what configuration specific to that component or widget you have to provide. And the last is your children. So you can see how it is referencing other components as well. And this is how it actually sends the UI information. Because of this flat structure, it also becomes very easy to do incremental updates. Whether you are trying to add any new components, so you can just send the new component with new IDs. If you are trying to update, you can just update the existing ID with whatever new properties that you want to update. And if you want to remove, you can just remove it from the children in the parent ID. The second concept is around data binding. That is how your components actually access or connect to your application state. So you can see we have the fixed value here where we have provided the welcome text. And the second is where the user can also, give inputs. So in 𝗂𝗏 UI, you use JSON pointer paths to do that. And once the user changes the value, it will automatically update. You don't have to do any component regeneration at your. Then the third is around catalogs. So in 𝗂𝗏 UI, catalogs are defined as the security boundary. Now, it is basically a JSON schema that defines exactly which components your agent is allowed to emit. So there are these two types of catalog. You have the basic catalog that is already provided by the SDK that you are using, and you have the custom catalog. So say you have your components in your own design system. So you can also bring them in. And then there is a two-phase validation that happens at the agent side as well as the client side. So coming to catalog, you can see so by default, the Flutter GenUI SDK provides 18 basic components in the predefined or the basic catalog. So you can see I'm removing 12 of them because I don't need it for the app. And I'm adding my own UI elements here in the new catalog. So you can do that. So any idea why we have this catalog concept or why we are doing this? Any guesses, anyone? Like what's the reason to do it?
This will help to the able to know or the SDK to know that ability to help with the information how to render this device.
Yeah, so yes, that is like correct. And this will also help your agent to not hallucinate. So in no way is the agent allowed to build any UI that is not a part of this catalog. Now think from the perspective of big companies that operate, you don't want any hallucination when the user is using your app. So that strict boundary is what helps, is why this catalog exists.
But since we do this runtime, still there is a chance that for the same flow, it might generate two different type of equation.
So we'll talk about it. So this is how your catalog item looks like. So you can see each catalog item has a name and a schema here. And your schema is basically the description of the items and the various inputs that are required by that item to generate, to be rendered. And you can see how the response is also getting, basically the responses from your agent are being parsed in the widget builder here. So you can see how they are getting parsed here and how then we will return metric card as our Flutter widget that finally gets rendered. So let us check some other catalog items and how the 𝗂𝗏 UI JSON for them looks like. So this is a visualized button you can see, and this is the 𝗂𝗏 UI JSON that will actually generate for this button. So similarly, if you have something like a multi-selector button, this is how the 𝗂𝗏 UI JSON will look like. This is the example for a donut chart. Again, you can see how 𝗂𝗏 UI is being sent and how it is being rendered. So if you see begin rendering, so that is basically a command that triggers the surface to be rendered. So you must have seen begin rendering everywhere else as well. this basically shows, triggers the surface that you have to start rendering. So components are actually only one part of the story. The other part is how do you put them? Where do you put them? So that logical, construct of where you put these components together is called a surface in the A2UI parlance. And surface, the way you can think it is like a page view. It's like a page in any app that you have. What that looks like, that is what corresponds to a surface here. So we have three surfaces here corresponding to the three user workflows that we saw earlier in the case of MCP apps. And the way you can define your surfaces here is through simple prompts. So what this also does is, say you want to add more and more views in your application, you can just now use prompting to actually add those new views. You don't have to add, create all the hard-coded UI workflows. You don't have to now create a new build and push it to App Store anymore. So you can do that using these prompting, and it will automatically, the agent will generate them at runtime. So this is basically a surface example, and this on the left-hand side, again, you can see the entire A2UI JSON. So you can see this surface example has like a chart, it has like a bar chart, it has data, it has various components stacked together to make a user workflow. So coming to the fourth concept around transports. So A2UI is transport agnostic. Anything that can, deliver your JSON will work here. So your transport layer is separate, your renderer, your framework is separate, and your A2UI agent, again, that is separate too. Then coming around how A2UI handles user interactions. So there are two types of interactions. One is local. Say I click on a link and it has to open up something. The agent need not even know that something like that has happened. So that is your local interaction. And the second is events, where say I click on a submit button and I want to know, the agent should know what data I have selected, what I'm submitting, and how it can go to the next step. So this is basically the feature matrix. So I'm just comparing. So A2UI also has like an official implementation for React and the Flutter GenUI SDK as well. This is just a comparison of the features across both of them. So if you see, the implementation in React is very bare bones right now, but the Flutter GenUI SDK gives you a lot of pre-built features. Like you can see prompt builder, you have conversation loop, you have transport adapter, so it gives you that easy ability to add any transport adapter that you want, as well as surface controller. So I recommend you to try out Flutter GenUI SDK. And let me now show you an example. So this is built on Flutter Web. So I'm using Bedrock again here for my transport. So this is the console here. This is not a part of the application. This is just to show you how things are working. So this is the A2UI JSON for the surface that you see below. So you can see all the strings, everything that has been passed by the agent. So again, I can select the regions. And when I click on visualize now, it's going to go and it will create another surface. This is the visualization surface that my agent has created. So you can see the states that I selected, the Q1 to Q4. And now I'm asking it to add Karnataka. So you can see the agent is intelligent enough to understand it has to update in the same surface because it can understand the user intent. It did not change the surface view. So again, just added Karnataka and updated the values. Now I ask it to show the data. So again, it inferred the intent that I wanted in a tabular form. And for all the three states that were there, you can see it has shown the data in a tabular form. And this is like our third surface that got generated. So basically today we saw two protocols in which using which we can have agentic experiences in our mobile applications. So if you want to check out A2UI mobile, so this is using Flutter, GenUI SDK. So you can find the article and the link to the GitHub code repo as well. So feel free to try it out. And for MCP apps again, the link to the code and the link to the entire tutorial series is here. So feel free to try out the examples on your own. The code repos are present on GitHub, and you can even add Ollama or any LLM provider to try out these examples. And with this, we have come to an end for this session. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, and I would love to have your feedback as well. Any questions?
So for the MCP apps, is there a consideration that apps will be good technology on it?
So right now, if you see, MCP apps are the UI part specific, that is in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and there is support to add it in Dart and React. So all the front-end technologies that we use, that is the intention that going ahead, MCP apps will be supporting all of it.
But then it will depend on the client, whether they support it or not.
Yes. So all the new clients that are there, your Plotly stocks, your Postman is supporting it, your Boost supports it. So they are also working together to actually support the MCP. You can always build your own client, but that will sort of do the purpose because you will have to keep maintaining. MCP app standard is evolving very fast. So you will also have to make sure that you will, maintain everything and you support it.
Just because I'm getting this for first time, I would like to my understanding.
Yeah.
So just like HTTP server that gives us HTML pages, MCP server will give HTML pages but to the agent to run the platform.
Yes.
Right.
So it will be in a sandbox, I think. Right now it's HTML, JavaScript in that I think. But going ahead, there are certain packages that support React and also. So MCP server, if you write in Dart, you also have Dart there, but that is still working. Thank you. Let's give another one next. The demo was awesome, right? Any questions? Thank you. Let's welcome our guest speaker, Sachin. He works for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and he has so many insights to share. Let's welcome him.
Hello everyone. So my talk is about unvibing a white-coded app. I'll introduce myself first. So I'm a developer at 𝗏𝗵𝗴, and mainly I work on iOS domain, but I also like working on new technologies or different kind of things also. I like exploring other kind of tech stack. So I also work with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 for game development projects. So, and I'm also a hobby artist. I like playing music and doing art or design. This is basically my Twitter handle QR. So you can scan it, or I'll also share it later also to connect with me. So before I move ahead, I'll set the context for the talk. So I mean, when we are basically doing prototyping or experiments, we used to go wild and do a lot of vibe coding, but it comes with its own problems and consequences also, and we have to be aware of it. So mainly there are two ways of working with or ways of developing a coding. One is full vibe coding. Vibe coding means you don't exactly look at the code. You forget about the code and let the agent take the whole control. And it's mainly demo driven. So basically you will write the prompt and you will let the agent execute it, and you will only look at the demo. You will not bother about how the code is being written. That's called vibe coding. It's mainly for those people who are not in or familiar with coding or are not from the coding background. And then the other one is assistive coding, where the human owns the architecture, reviews the code, and has the full control of the code. So there are certain situations where vibe coding is completely fine, even though you are a seasoned developer. Even then, vibe coding is perfectly fine. So these are the main 3 points. So one is throwaway prototypes. Let's say I want to explore a new technology. Apple has recently, or a few years back, Apple introduced Apple Intelligence. So let's say I want to explore it. I will create a throwaway prototype. I'll just try out a few demos of my own, and I'll let the agent do the whole thing. I just write the prompt and then I'll have a look at the demo. And if I see that it works, then great. Maybe I can use it later in a future project. Then other use cases, if you are building a personal tool for yourself, in that case, it's perfectly fine to go with vibe coding. And then later on, if you want to scale it up or make it available for more users, you can go for improvements and owning the control back. And the basically exploration is kind of same as throwaway prototypes. So recently, I mean, apart from my day-to-day work in office, I also like working on some self projects or side projects, and these are usually vibe coded. So I let the agent take control, because I mean, after already being exhausted in the work, then you would not like to spend more time looking at the code. So I let the agent take control and do some vibe coding to build simple tools for explorations, or even shipping tools for myself or my friends. So recently I have shipped 2 tools. I shipped one tool and another one is basically in development. So the first tool is basically called 𝗏𝗏𝘁𝘀. It's a minimal note-taking Mac app and iOS app as well. So it's for quick note-taking. One button brings the app in front, and the same button basically hides it away. And then it also supports very lightweight native markup. So I'm not rendering actually HTML, but it's completely native. And the other project is 𝗏𝗏𝘁𝘀. I started actually yesterday on this. I thought, because 𝗏𝗏𝘁𝘀 is a big app and I have worked a few months on it. So since it's completely vibe coded, I can personally experience a lot of problems because of agent writing the code. So I thought I'll also create a small app and see what happens if, in case of small apps, what kind of problems will I face. So I vibe coded this app yesterday. It's a simple code journaling app. And so what it does is basically I'll add some projects in the app, and whenever there is a new commit, or I'll set the frequency, let's say daily or every 2 days, I can set the frequency. And after that frequency, it will basically generate a shareable story like this. So this is a story of this very app. So these are the 2 projects I want to talk about. I mean, I will keep the talk in the context of these two apps. The first one being a large scale app, and the second one having a very small code base. So with agent writing the code, I will talk about what kind of problems I have been facing and how I decided to tackle them, and how basically everyone else can take the advantage of the learnings which I got from these apps. So first I started with a very basic MVP. I created a PRD and gave it to the agent, and the agent created a very simple basic MVP. I looked at the demo, it looked fine, so I did not spend a lot of time looking at the code because I was in a hurry. I wanted to finish the whole thing in a few hours. So at this step, when this was just a simple MVP, there are 27 files and approximately 100 lines of code in each of the file. And at this point, since I created the PRD, I feel like I know that what is going on underneath. So I was quite confident that I will know what will happen in the future, or I will be able to basically have the full context of the app. I can look at the code and tell what exactly is going on. Then I started adding features one by one. So then first of all, I created a new feature to share this story. So this story can be shared on, like, a normal share sheet will open, and whatever basically default happens will happen. So after adding just a very simple feature, the average lines of code and the number of files increased. And I'll come to this back again in a future slide and why this is important. Then the next feature which I added was I created a companion iOS app for it, so that whatever stories are created in the Mac app, I can have a look at them in my iPhone app, and then maybe share it on Instagram or Twitter, or like my friends who would like to know what I'm working on. So from 33 files, I am on like 40 new files, and basically this iOS app is only using the same logic from the macOS app. So I really wonder how these new files have been added, and would it really make sense to add, since there are 7 files and approximately basically it looks like 1,000 lines of code has been added just to add support for iOS app. And this is the current state of Zen state after multiple features and multiple versions being published. I have 168 files and approximately 145 lines in each of the files. Now the problem is, this app, I can still add anything, I can debug, and I can point out what's going on. But this app, I'm not sure how to basically fix if there's a bug. So I added a lot of features in this Note app. I added a live Markdown feature where you can basically write in Markdown style, and it will render in Markdown, and you can edit it right there. Now I faced a lot of problems while implementing it. So when I was testing it, there were some problems with how basically Markdown glyphs are rendered. So let's say if it's a checkbox, the checkbox will render. Now the alignment was not fine. If there are lots of checkboxes in different lines, they were not aligned properly. I spent a lot of prompts trying to fix it, but the agent was not able to fix it. And I tried various models, and even after that, it did not work out. So I thought, okay, the agent cannot do it, so it's time to basically take the control back, and I will try it. But when I looked at the code, the sheer amount of code base, these many files, these many lines, I was not able to basically comprehend what's going on and how to even start, because I started with the PRD, and since initially the agents usually work very good, so it initially gives you a adrenaline dopamine boost. Basically, you will feel very good about it, that it's going great. So I stopped looking at the code. But at this point of time, because of the sheer size of the code base, I am not able to comprehend what's going on, and I was not able to basically debug it. So I thought that if I am facing this, a lot of people are obviously facing this. I talked with a lot of my friends who work on independent projects, and I figured out like it's a very common problem. So I mean, these were some specific examples from these two apps, and now talking about what actually goes wrong when you start while coding it and not looking at the code. So with time and with increased amount of code base, every feature you add or every bug you fix will start adding up to the amount of code and token cost as well. Why? Because if the code is too big, first of all, the token cost will go up. I might not even get the feature done in one prompt. However, in the MVP phase, even a single prompt could have implemented multiple features. But now just for a single feature, I have to write multiple prompts and make sure it works fine. So the token cost goes up. And another surprising thing was the amount of code is always increasing. I was trying to debug something. So I tried debugging it. I wrote a prompt, executed it. It added, let's say, 30-40 lines. It did not work out. So I told that this is not working. Let's go with another approach. It added another 30-40 lines. And for every attempt, it goes and adds multiple test cases. Because of this, the amount of code is always increasing. And practically speaking, it should not increase, because if I'm fixing something in multiple iterations, something should also get deleted. But that was not the case. Then there is cognitive rot. So patches over patches just for very simple fixes, and still I'm not able to understand what's going on. If let's say I'm using Swift data to manage my database, so every model or schema change has to go with migration, because if the app is live, I cannot go and just change the schema because it will just crash. So I have to write migrations. The problem is, if I'm not very careful about what changes the agent is making with schema, it can go very wrong, and every version might lead to multiple schema changes, which is not normal or not good, not a good practice. So, and this is one example. This is basically database. It can be something related to login. It can be something related to security as well, which the agent does not have good confidence with. And then there are old bugs which I fixed, but they will come back again, and they will come back stronger. So I fixed this markdown glyph bug with alignment. It got fixed. Then I started working on something else. I started implementing bullet points. Then the bug came back again. And while earlier it was only breaking on iPhone, now it's breaking on the Mac app as well. So this is because I did not fix the root cause of it. The prompt or the agent basically worked on the very basically tried to fix the particular instance, but it did not fix the root cause, because of which the bug was not actually fixed, but it was alive, but it was basically hiding somewhere. And there is test creator. I mean, the amount of test cases is really dramatic, because every bug fix is leading to more and more test cases. The number of test cases is never decreasing. And let's say if I fix a bug, a new test case has been added. To be honest, it does not even make sense, because test cases should drive how the development is being done, not the other way. I mean, every bug fix should not lead to a test case. Some of them definitely do, and they make sense, but not each of them. So now there are test cases for every bug, every feature, and almost all of them are obsolete at the end. So I mean, at the end, either I have to write them again, or I mean, the old ones I have to get rid of them. So now it basically doesn't even feel like I know the code anymore. I have lost the confidence. If I have to explain to my friend that I worked on this, and if they even ask a simple question to me that how did the markdown even work, I have no answer, because I actually did not work on it. I was only prompting. So I don't own the code. I can't add a feature now. If there is even a simple bug, I can't even fix it, because I don't know how the code works, how the components interact with each other. So these are basically few points on which you can test yourself. If you have a vibe coded app, you can answer these questions. And if you feel like you are failing all of them or some of them, basically there's something wrong. So for example, let's say in a simple app, I'll just give an example of the same app. If I'm typing in the markdown flow, and let's say I added a markdown table, can I basically tell someone how it actually worked when I type, how that table started rendering, how the formatting is happening? Can I actually tell someone? If no, then basically I don't own the code. And you will see that estimated files, even for a tiny tweak, basically start increasing dramatically. a simple bug fix will cost 30-40 lines, sometimes hundreds of lines, which does not make sense, because I could have written basically the whole thing from scratch if a feature is working. That rewriting of that feature will feel more natural to me, because I am so reluctant to have a look at this buggy code or some code which I do not own. I would feel like it's better that I write the whole thing from scratch just because of the simple bug. And I have done this in past. I have written the whole thing multiple times, some features, just because of this, because I did not own the code. Then, I mean, initially when the agents are working, I would like to have a look at the code. I would like to have a look at the PR, what changes were done. But after some time, after a lot of prompts, I am not even looking at the MRs. Why? Because I don't know what exactly is going on. I can have a look at the changes, but since I was not at the same page on the initial part of it, how can I actually understand what change was done? I'm not even here. So how will I reach here? That's not possible. And then there are working mysteries. There are a lot of behaviors that I cannot explain how even they work. For example, this table rendering thing, I have no idea how it works. It just works. If that's the case, then it's really very problematic. These are working mysteries, and these are things. For example, let's say if you are working in a team and a senior developer implemented something and it works fine. Even after years, there are people who would not like to touch that code because it works. It's a mystery. Although if it's a senior developer, they would have coded it in such a way that it's basically very well architected. So it will be easy to understand. But in the case of agent, that's not the case. So first of all, it's poorly written. It's demo driven. It works. But if I have no idea how it works. So it's a mystery, but it works. And I would never like to touch it again. So what should we do? It's time to unwipe. It's time to unwipe the wipe coded app. The wipe coded app works perfectly, but I have lost the control. So it's time to take the control back from the agent. So there are certain steps to it. These are the steps I realized which could work fine or which would work really well if there is a wipe coded app. And to start with, the first stage is just freeze. Pause any kind of new autopilot features. Just stop for a bit. Do not stop prompting. First, get the ownership of the code, and then we can go back to it. We can go back to a assistive way of coding, but let's not go ahead from here, because every new feature or a bug fix basically adds up to the code, adds up to this mystery part. I will use control further and further. So let's stabilize the branch first. And what we are exactly doing here is, we are not quitting the AI. We are not saying that AI is bad and we will not work with it. The idea is, we'll not let it take the full control. We'll not let it run on autopilot. We'll claim the ownership. We are the one making the decisions. We are the one architecting the app. So whatever is being done is in my full control. I will work on it. I will know what's going to happen, but I'll not write the code. I'll let the agent do it, but I will know what exactly it's going to do. The very first step after freezing is map the system. It basically means get to know about the system. Sketch how the tab moves or how a particular feature works. Sketch it out, draw a diagram, and understand how these components are working. Name the main parts of the app, how they talk to each other. So, for example, if it's a note-taking app, how does this even come live with a particular shortcut? How do you register a shortcut? How is that flow happening? How is the markdown flow happening? How can you export a file? How does export flow works? Get to know each of these flows. And how this will help is, let's say I am facing a bug in Markdown. If I know how the Markdown feature works, I would be able to at least write a good prompt. That's the very minimal part. If I have the good control, I can even fix it on my own. But to start with, if I have some context of these parts, I would be able to write a good prompt to get it fixed first. And don't get the AI to do this. Do it yourself. Understand few parts of the app. Pick any random part or any random feature and take the ownership. At least you will start owning something, because there are times when if the app is huge, we do not even know where to start with. Even on working on large scale projects and large teams, if everyone is going to write code right, you will end up in a situation where no one has any idea how to fix certain things. And that's the time when you know you have to start taking the control back and start with any one feature. So this is an example of the code journaling app which I built yesterday. So there is UI, then there is generation flow, there is Git access because I am accessing Git repositories and looking at the commits. So I need the Git access. Then I am using local Apple Intelligence AI to summarize it. So there is this bit. So I basically own this architecture because I initially prompted it in such a way. So this was something which I already know. And then how basically this Mac app will send all the generated stories to my device. So then this is store plus sync. Basically using Swift data to store the data and using CloudKit to sync this stored data to cloud, and which can basically come back to the iPhone. So this is the map. It's a very basic map. Since I created this app yesterday, I let the AI draw this map because I know how this works. But after certain time, for example, for the other app, I will not let the AI do it because I have lost the control. So I'll draw the map myself. And the next part is kill these working mysteries. These are the biggest pain points because you will always be scared to touch them. If I do not know how a certain feature works, I'm never going to touch it. I will always stay away from it. If there is a bug, I will always ask the agent to fix it. And I'll keep on prompting again and again unless it is fixed. At some point of time, with a much better model, let's say I started using 𝗱𝗃, it's going to fix it. But is it worth the token cost? I could have basically built a whole new, much better prototype with it. Why should I spend all of my tokens on just this trivial thing which I could have probably spent time looking at the code and understand it myself? So write them down, rebuild them until you can explain how they work. So if something is really mysterious, let's say it's a small feature, it's better to write it again yourself if it's small and it's worth the time, or you can go and understand it. Watch for the giant files. Usually they are copy-pasted logic. Even the AI can basically pull in logic from Git and other. Basically, this is the way it was trained. So it will usually bring in pre-written style of code in practice. And these kind of copy, or even if you are yourself copy-pasting logic, let's say you have two projects, one used to work very good and you are creating a similar project. If there are common features, you will probably tend to pull in those things here. So these are the places where you will be scared to touch because they work perfectly fine there. Why should I touch it here? So these are the kind of working mysteries which we should first address. In case of my Markdown app, it was caret rendering. So basically, there's a caret always showing where my cursor is. So it was really buggy. So I had to understand what's happening. So this was one kind of Markdown mystery, or the Markdown symbols, the checkbox I talked about. This is the like one of the most important part. Contracts before code generation. So before you let the agent write the code, define the win condition, define the acceptance criteria, define what it means to write a good code or write a working code, what it actually means, not just that the demo works, because there are things even you can miss in the demo. So you should define certain win condition, and these should be basically human mode. You can probably create some good unit tests for like putting up the success criteria. You can create some good unit tests, and these should be human mode. Then the purpose of the agent is to meet or to test against these acceptance criteria you have created. And if you cannot specify these, if you are not able to write down these cases or define the acceptance criteria, basically you are not in a state to maintain that app. So you are not yet ready to autopilot it. I mean, you can't let the agent take control of it because you are already using the data. Next part is diff literacy. It means whatever MR is there, the agent has done some work. You should be able to make sense out of it. Explain in every non-trivial decision. If the AI has done a certain task a certain way, you should be able to explain why this was the case. You should be confident that this is the only way or this is a good way to do this thing, and the other way could have been worse. So you should be confident with how this has happened, and you should be able to explain the diff, the AI execution diff. You should be able to own it. Then you have to do a little bit of garbage collection with continuous use of AI to write code, and you not being there. there will always be dead code, because if you have written a new prompt to implement a new feature, there are certain scenarios where some old part will be left out and agent is not responsible to clear it because they have a new success criteria for this new prompt. So there will be dead code, duplicate helpers, or stale rules as well, which need to be cleared out to improve the quality of the code which is being generated. And it's time to leash the agent, not unleash, but they will leash the agent. So there is a certain way in which the work which you get done with agents will lead to less inconsistencies or less problems. So the first method is, let the task be small. There should be fresh sessions. So if I have to work on a certain feature and it took, let's say, 10-12 prompts, and now I have to work on some other feature, start a new session, don't continue in the same session, because there will be possible context drop, and there is already some context of the previous session which is not useful anymore. Start a new session, it will be a fresh start for the agent. Don't go for mega sessions, don't execute everything in a single session, it's not good. Then if you have consistent choices, if you have certain practices you would like your agent to follow always. So for example, I work in iOS, so and if I want to use Swift data for my database, not core data, but Swift data, in that case I can write it down in agents from empty that use Swift data for databases, and certain other kind of practices. Let's say I want to use certain style of documenting my symbols or code, I will write it down in agents.md so that these things are always followed. Then bound the context. This means if you are working with a new feature or a new task, define the context. If there are 4 components in my app and I'm working with only one, I'll define that this component is problematic. Let's work only with this. How this will help is, since the context is small, the blast radius or the damage area, impact area, or probable or possible issues will be less, because since we have bound the context, it will not go beyond that. So I already know it's not going to touch the working code, and we have limited area to debug in case something bad happens. And the context rod which I talked previously, it's a process work. So with time, the understanding of the agent, because of long sessions on all these issues, goes there. You will start feeling, because of this, agent will start writing code which might be hallucinating or which might be not of good quality, problematic. It might reintroduce something previously fixed. These are the issues because of context drop. And you might feel like I'm losing the control, but basically what's happening is, first of all, agent is understanding of the agent is going stale, and you no more feel like if I'm writing a prompt, it's not correctly executing it, it's doing something else as well. But when I started the project, everything was working fine. What exactly went wrong with time? Context what happened? And even with these many things, we are already taken back some control from the agent. Next part is, which I already covered, I think, is basically test and requirement driven development. Define the unit test, define the win condition. And in the new, nowadays with all the agents, there is a loop mode as well, or goal mode. In goal mode, you can define the goal, and it will keep looping on until the goal is met. And then there is loop mode which can be like timed as well. So basically, it will keep looping on until certain time till the issues are fixed or till the work has been done. So we can use these things or the new agents capabilities which are getting built with time. But to use them, we have to make sure that we are able to define the requirement first of all. Because with agents coming in, we are no more just developers. If you are working on an independent project, you are also the product manager. You have to think from the lens of the product, not just the developer. Because certain things might really look good as a developer. So if Apple has introduced Swift data recently, I would like to use Swift data because it's very easy. It's very simple to use. But from a product lens of view, using core data might be much better because it's more scalable, or there are certain scenarios or certain product use cases where core data might have worked much better than Swift data. And similar thing goes on with other kind of technologies. So these decisions just do not lie with a single lens of developer. As long as you are working on independent projects, you are the product manager, you are the backend engineer, you are the front end engineer, you are the designer. You have to think from every POV, not just the developer point of view. And then this is how you can improve your decision making or requirement setting, logic or power with time. Because otherwise, if you are just thinking like a developer, the constraints you are going to set will be only like a developer, which will work in a lot of scenarios, but not in every scenario. Because if you are working on an indie project, in that scenario, you will also have to think like a product. And then you have to write down these win conditions or requirements or tests in that manner. And with time, with more code coming in, with more features coming in, there might be certain scenarios or situations where you would like to revisit these test cases with bugs or with further iterations, because some of them might go stale in future, even now, and some of them might not make sense. But a situation will be much better than before. But make sure that your development you are doing, in case you are going for vibe coding approach or agent-driven approach, the development you are doing should be proper test-driven and requirement-driven. And this is what is assistive coding, and this is where you defeat the AI and take back the control. You are no longer a person who was basically just writing the prompt. You are good with language. You feel good that I can write the prompt in a much better way. But that's not sufficient, because you are also an engineer, so you should understand how things are working basically under the hood. So define the requirements, shape the plan, and define these requirements should always pass when the agents are working. And now basically you are working on the same tools, then nothing has changed, only your approach has changed. You are still responsible for what shifts. You have more sense of responsibility now. You feel like if the agent is working on something, what you will feel now is you can basically review the diff. You will know what's going on. You will know which components got affected. Now AI is only helping you to write the code, and you should only merge what is well understood to you now. So with this, the split of roles between human and AI is this. So humans should define what they are building and why. Basically product thinking, how the app is structured, thinking like an architect. Security and trust, so basically thinking like a security engineer. Explaining the changes before merge, which means you are also a developer, you know what's going on. So what will AI do? It will write the boilerplate, it will do the mechanical edits, which means you are writing the prompt, you are creating the plan for it to execute. So you know that a first function has to be written to support some certain use case. You will define the core logic of it or the pseudocode, and the agent can go and execute it, and it can basically own the syntax. You do not have to worry much about the syntax anymore, because the AI can take care of it. So AI can also draft options for you, or basically it can help you create the plan. It can basically be forgot the term when two people are coding together. You can basically you can do pair programming with the agent now in a much better way. So the agent will be responsible to keep the test and the link screen always successful, while you basically know what's going on. Yes, so basically this is the role split between these two. So I mean, this was mainly my content. I created this app yesterday to basically create a journal from whatever project you are working on. So if I'm working on 10 projects, I can add these 10 projects to this app, and it will create a journal. This is a GitHub repository for 𝗏𝗏𝑐, and I mean, you can try it out, you can contribute. I'll soon publish it on App Store as well. And then the reason why I built it yesterday was I wanted to get a fresh perspective of what kind of issues am I facing. And I wanted to build something which can basically help me identify this. So I built this skill, which you can use with any agent, Claude or 𝗏𝗏𝑐. It's basically specially only for iOS projects, because there are already a lot of good such skills available which are generic purpose. I thought I'll create something very focused to iOS environment. So I created this 𝗏𝗏𝑐 skill. It's also a GitHub repository. You can download the skill and start using it. What it will do is it will basically audit your iOS app or macOS app and identify what are the problems, or it will try to find if you have wipe coded it, or even if you have written it yourself, if there are certain issues which are like the issues which come with wipe coded apps, it will identify them, generate a report, and also give you what to do next to tackle them. So you can go for these. And that's it. This is my Twitter handle. You can scan it to connect with me. Open for questions if there are any kind of questions. Yes. So I really like this childhood. I've been interested in 𝗤𝗏𝗃𝗃. So this is a genre I like. I am not directly working on it. I'm learning the game engine right now. So what is the game engine? I'm learning how it works. So I'm working on a lot of prototypes. I will create 1 or 2 prototypes. And if I'm happy, I want to publish them. So I have already published 1 game on Play Store. So because I create the game on Gora, it can be published on web, Steam, iOS, Android, everywhere. So that's a very great thing. So this is how I like put it right now. Only prototype. Yeah.
So I will say, like, when we get complete access to the agent, it will mess up the code.
It can mess up the code.
So if before writing the code, what if we already specify the architecture or anything, the way we do the design, even after that, it messes up, we will just go for it.
So there are these kind of tools or practices which we can follow. We can create new skills, well-defined skills which are already there on GitHub, posted by a lot of people. We can use those. We can create agents.md. We can create architecture document. We can also plan first and then execute. And all of these work really fine. But when the scale of the app is very big, right, then it can go wrong. And this is from my personal experience, because I have worked on an app which has a lot of like thousands of lines of code. And after that, even with Opus latest models few months back, it was not able to generate perfectly working code in one go. So I mean, I had to prompt again and again, try again and again with different models. I was using 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏, Codex, anti-gravity, all of them together to fix a single bug, and none of them could. Finally, 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏 was able to help me with it. But I realized that, I mean, it's not good. I should stop basically adding more features and start owning it. So with scale, I mean, the probability of problems will go less with the format you suggested, but the probability will still be there. There will be small percentage of chance that there can be issues. Even with good practices, the architecture can be possible because it's an agent.
Yeah, guys. So on this, so I'm looking for solution regarding the migration of a legacy app that's around 455. I tried to build a solution. Finally, somehow in between I reached a situation where either it works completely, or all features have been migrated. So if you have also in such situation, it's a solution.
Yes. So in my office or in my work, I have done this sort of migration. This was 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗏 to 𝗟𝗏𝗃 migration. This was a migration of the whole app, and our app is really huge, as you know, compared to many things. So this migration was really interesting, challenging, and a learning experience. And how we approach this was, first of all, not a single developer is working on it. We are doing it phase by phase, right? So we defined certain set of screens first, which are less impact area. Then we are not just simply migrating it between both the versions behind a feature flag. So basically, if let's say I have migrated a 𝗂𝗏𝗃 screen to 𝗟𝗏𝗃, then it has bug. So I can basically turn off the flag and go back to the previous version. So this helped with one iteration, and we migrated some screens this way. Then for the rest of the screens, since now we got confidence with how this is going to work and what are the certain practices which we can approach, like go for. So we define the approach, we define the methodology for this migration. So if I have to create a 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗏 screen from a �Swift screen from a 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗏 screen, how should we go about it? What happens with the data models? How should APIs work? Network logic, all those things. So the idea is basically, at least in this scenario, since 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗏 and 𝗟𝗏𝗃 are only UI layers, right? I can, well, anyways, it was already like a good architecture, so it's segregated. So my DP and my network will work fine. I only needed to migrate the UI. So previously what were view controllers, and now simply I views hosted inside the hosting controller. So after we knew that this methodology will always work, and there were still issues like navigation and all, but we had to live with them. But once we identified that this approach is working for certain set of screens, then we went for like full-fledged migration over certain months. It was not a quick activity of time. This is how we approach it. It might work for you, it might not work for you.
For me, I will tell you that this is a legacy version Flutter application which doesn't support null safety. Now we have null safety, so for me the entire network has to be migrated all at once. But
Have you explored creating skills for these particular instances? So I have not worked on Flutter, so I have no idea. But whatever you were talking about, if that thing is small and you can create a skill for it to define how that particular migration should happen, you can create it and then do the whole migration. Then this skill will just handle this thing. Maybe it can work because we have handled similar kind of thing. So I have been working on the accessibility. If let's say I have full context on how it works, I created a skill to migrate older inaccessible code to accessible version of it. So even with migration, I can define these like use these certain technologies to handle these points. I mean, maybe you can try it if you are not right. Thank you. Good question. So manual way of coding still works, but for UI at least we don't use manual coding anymore. We basically have a standard written prompt for it. That prompt basically takes care of reading and understanding the Figma, the design, making sense out of it, and then translating it to code. And it really works very well. We have spent a lot of time on it. It works very beautifully. So whatever design is there, it will be translated to code. And we worked on this last year. So with one extra year, the quality is really improved with good model. Any other questions? So I won't be able to answer that because I have not worked with security. So basically, it's a minimum SAP. There's a dedicated security. There's a dedicated team which handles abstract security, and they work with billing, all those things. But I have not worked with it, so I will not be able. That's it. Thank you so much.
Stand him. We have a small surprise coming in. It is projected on the screen. Guys, you can have tea or coffee for 5 minutes and just come back. We are having some technical glitch. How was that section? Give us a yeah. give feedback. Maybe all of you can have a small group and then start discussing. And what are the inputs? What did you take away from the sessions? Each session, what did you learn? What is the takeaway? What are the main concepts you have thought this was interesting, this was relatable for our whatever daily BAU your job, business as usual.
So working professions, I was not
No, what is this? Zoom. Zoom link I shared, no? Can you connect?
That time you want to share the screen, huh?
Zoom meeting. For speaker.
Anyway, like how you are join, will join for Zoom. He will share the screen, turn on the video camera. Other keynote or what?
Speaker, how? It will come.
That time it will come here.
It will come here.
It like Zoom call. So no issues, sir. Speaker it will come here. It will come.
Okay, can do that.
Zoom link I have. No issue.
You done?
It will come loud on. This microphone, right? But we don't want to show that.
Okay.
Anand's on.
How? Sure. Yeah, no.
Hi, Subrat.
And one should be muted.
Hello, Subrat. Hi, Subrat.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, Anand, we have a 5 minutes tea coffee break. Okay. Well, all will join in 5 minutes.
Hi, Anand.
Hi, Rama.
I just gave them 5-minute break so that we can connect you on.
Okay, ठीक है. अभी हो गया सारे सेशंस ना?
हाँ जी.
हो गया ना? अभी वो गूगल फीडबैक फॉर्म भरवा लिया था?
हाँ.
भरवा लिया है.
ओके, ठीक है. इसके बाद हम कुछ अनाउंसमेंट करेंगे. ओके
जी.
दैट वे यू कैन शेयर जो हमने पीपीटी दिया था ना लेटेस्ट वाला, वो वाला आप यूज करना.
जी.
हाँ, ठीक है. आई एम कनेक्ट विद दैट ओनली फॉर दैट कॉलिंग. ओके,
You will share, na?
हाँ, ग्रुप में शेयर किया है.
No. You will share the PPT or?
That I have shared with my screen also.
You can share with your screen, and we have 15 minutes of time. So within that, we'll finish. Is it fine?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, fine.
Should I keep the speaker here only?
Then we will,
But you will get to echo, bro.
no, first I will tell the message to him. Just we will start. Then she will start and he will start.
Yes, I know.
Anand? Hello? Anand?
हाँ hello Subra.
Yeah, can we start? All are joined.
All of them.
Yes, please join. Please start.
Yeah, if
The speaker is
ready.
So I share my screen.
yes, voice is okay.
I share my screen.
Mic.
Which one? It is not speaker that he wants, you need to speak. Lovely. The sound would come through mic only.
No. Anand?
Yes sir.
Okay, like this. This much only.
That's what only. Projector screen. Speaker.
Projectors.
Could you, yeah, we can see you. Hi.
If it is everyone silent,
Yeah, Anand, please start.
So my screen is visible for everyone.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, all of you. Thank you for the joining for today's sessions. Okay. So all of you enjoying today for the session. Okay. So after the some announcement for so will we start for the online mobile hackathon tomorrow. Okay. So the prize money and also we giving the swags for that on the side. So they have used for the Agora convocation AI for the using the AI mobile.
Shubhrat already joined, right? Just turn on the speaker here, keep the laptop over there.
Okay.
I will let you, right? I will tell the idea.
So you can register for the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏coders.com. Okay. So we'll be starting for the evening time. So you have joined that. You can use the Agora convocational AI. Okay. After that, you can submitting for the AI mobile coders and the Agora in LinkedIn, and you also submitting in the website also. Okay, as well. And tomorrow will be starting. So after that, 30th of August, 29th of August is the final finale. So 1 month will be going on that. So all of that the online. Okay. So that is the one things. Okay. And second things, we have used the DroidCon and FlutterCon events. Okay. So the event is happening in the Bangalore. 20th of November is the DroidCon and 21 November is the FlutterCon. Okay. So you have used the AI mobile coders promo code. Okay. So you have a 20% discount on the tickets. Okay. You can use for the DroidCon and FlutterCon both of that. Okay. So that will be the very good chance for you can attend that. They have a very big event for the DroidCon and FlutterCon. If anyone will be attending that in the previously one, so that we already know. Okay. And next one is the today discount for all my books. They have also be the in the registrations next some of my books. Okay. So if you have a purchase any books of my, so we have a 15% discount for all the books and physical and soft copy. So you can order with the dreamprogramming.in the /books. Okay. Section. You can order any physical and soft copy, both of that. So they have a 15% discount. Okay. For the today, if you have attended sessions. Okay. Only for the today offer. Okay. So we are also be checking with the registrations counters for that. Okay. You can check with the demos and all the things, and we can put on the websites also. All the demos will be available. Okay. And last one, if I have a student, we had attend this program. So you can also be the one ambassador program like campus ambassador program. If you have your voice in the campus. If you have a AI mobile coder campus organizing any event in your campus, so you can get any chances for that for the as a program ambassador manager, and you can also be get the swags and many things will be getting from your college. My AI mobile coders. Okay, you can also apply for that, so that we also be great for that. Okay, and this last one is the thank you for the joining us. And all of you have very great sessions in joining for that. This will be helpful to all of you in career and your career growth. Okay, so please you can click on the pictures and that posting on the LinkedIn and tag with the AI mobile coders, so that will help you to others other things. Okay. And the next AI mobile coders event in the 22 of November. Okay. So I'll be organizing after DroidCon and FlutterCon. I also physically am available for on that time. And today will be not available. I will be missing that things today memories. But next time I will be available on the physically. So you can all of join and 22 November with the also with the AI mobile coders event. Okay. So I am also planning for that one event for that will also be a big crowd and big things. Okay. And you also of that you can feedback for that today sessions feedback today event all over the feedback for that QR and also share with the group on that WhatsApp. So you have shared with feedback. So how can improve all the things, and thank you for all of you and our igniting team. All the things will be the that. Okay. Thanks for my sides. Okay.
What you could do is take a pic of it and post it on LinkedIn. Whoever grabs so many posts on LinkedIn, who can install on LinkedIn, they're going to get a good descriptive of the answer. And second thing, be active on the community and then spread a word. So if you're studying in on the university, spread a word that part of this community and just ask them to help others understand why are we doing community channel. Help others to evolve and experience. Right? And those students who are in the campus, yeah, take a screenshot of it and post it on LinkedIn. And your feedback. Going to what to do? Or really appreciate pictures. And your feedback is like choice on more interaction and more speakers and who are relevant to understand it totally, so that you have better resources. Right? Thank you all. Thank you for coming in. We had a great time. We go to the
Hello, Subrat. 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 You can take the group picture. Hello. Group pictures. That group pictures.
Group picture will do.
Okay. Okay. So you can collect like 4 to 5, 10 pictures. Okay. For like organizing team also for that other things. Okay.
Okay.
Guys, please don't here. Let's have a good picture. Just sit like that and turn.
Some people please come this side. We'll take one. Come closer. Please come also. Please come.
आप अपना बैग यहीं पे रखिए, आप कहाँ पे आ जाना।
Please.
You need to speak. But you. Sound would come.
Could you?
Yes, yes. One of your distancing. So the price money have used for the Agora convocational AI for the using the
Sugar already joined, right?
it will be Agora convocational AI. Okay. Things, okay. And second things, we have used the DroidCon and FlutterCon events. Okay. So the event is happening in the Bangalore. 20th of November is the DroidCon and 21 November is the FlutterCon. Okay. So you have used the AI mobile coders. No.
Hey, cheese. Thank you.
Phone.